Glad you said that.
Well, because YouTube is my sort of main viewing platform for general daily usage.
There we go. Okay, it should be starting up now. Now I'm gonna. Usually we try to get everything started at 5, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
This was taxing on my emotions.
Remember, go out, have a deep breath of fresh air, touch some grass, and have a cigarette.
I don't know where people started talking this stupid touch grass shit. Like it's actually. Well, come on, dude. Like that had to have been invented like 2 months ago.
I know I have used it in the past.
Touch grass, like that. Who? Name it. Just name it, dude. You can't.
It's just one of those things that sort of just appears
up.
over time.
Just appeared within the last 6 months.
No, I did. I remember using it on the old Minds Canary chat room, on the old chat.minds.com.
They've started using it in Kick, by the way.
No,
they're doing it for
and that was what 2 years ago now, 3 years ago now. When the was?
No, that was quite a while ago. 3 years ago, dude.
At least.
In Canary.
Yeah.
They came out of. Well, yeah, you're right. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. They came out of Canary.
I can do a times. Oh well, yeah, I would have to find the comment, but yeah,
you're right. It took me a second. I thought about it, but you're right. It's interesting.
Oh, I don't know if you listened to last night's Fixins.
No, I had no time.
We were talking about NGOs and people like the Blair Foundation or Institute and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and I did a quick plug on I can't remember what show we are going to do it on, but I mentioned that we are going to be looking at the Frankfurt School.
Oh yeah, Roger's Real Time Talk Show.
Yeah, I thought it was. I just could remember at the time.
Cool. Okay, so let me go do this quick smoke, and oh shit, I forgot to freaking send a link to Bob. Can you get
and Otto, maybe?
Well, I don't know. Otto said he might not be able to make it.
Well, just give him a reminder.
Hey, I think Bob is over in the wrong Jitsi.
Oh,
okay.
He just posted something.
Somebody help her out because I gotta go smoke
okay,
this. I'll be right back.
A quick
tell her we're in old.
Yeah, I just told her. Yeah. I just posted it.
Oh, okay. Oh, in that case, I don't have to then. Save my fingers.
I'll be right back.
A bit too much lemon in there.
Still love the Earl Grey kick?
Yeah. But I added a little bit too much lemon.
Well, that's a very fine adjustment, and it can depend too. I mean, if you've already got bergamot in it, I think it's harder to judge properly.
Yeah.
Made myself some magnesium tea, which is what they call it. Basically, a magnesium supplement in hot water.
Okay.
And I added a little lemon to that, but I take that once in a while to get my magnesium levels up there. Just saw something very interesting. Oh, Bob Dub joined the meeting. Hello, Bob.
Hi, Bob. I just noticed the memorial of the logos post that you just.
Oh yeah, that's a fascinating little. I was going to say dialogue, but it's 3 people, so I guess it's a trialogue. Fascinating little thing. Catholic theologian, more modern philosopher, and of course, Draco, or possibly Draco, depending on, I'm not really sure how you pronounce these things. And yeah, it's just some really, I read it once and I'm probably going to read it again. But yeah, interesting little discussion going on there. A lot of food for thought.
Okay, I'll have a look at it a bit later. Either after this or probably the morning.
Hmm. Looks like we lost Bob.
Okay.
But I'm sure she will be back with any luck. Ooh.
And Roger said he's just having a cigarette. He had a pair problem, technical problems, doesn't he? So.
The technical difficulty show.
Again.
Again. Actually, I may have to, I'm getting some messages here. I told them at band practice that I was not, we usually have band practices on Mondays, and then we shifted it to Tuesday, and then we shifted it to Wednesday, and then we shifted it to tonight, and I said I can't do it tonight because I have a previous engagement sort of deal, and I thought they understood that. It's my studio. I rent the studio, so there are issues sometimes that, I'm the guy that has to talk to the landlord. I'm not the only one with a key, but I'm the key holder and all that kind of stuff. So I might have to go over there real quick, but it wouldn't take me very long. I didn't expect to be here this early anyway. I got out of work early today, so I had some extra time. I didn't think I'd get home until about probably an hour from now. So I was like, I said, I'm going to try to stop in for Stir the Fallout, and probably won't get there till the end. So, but I might have to run over there real quick and just take care of that. We're up to 7 people in the band now too, which can be quite the logistical. Not going to say nightmare, but it makes things more complicated when you're playing music. Definitely.
Oh, does that work? The 7 people, so 1 singer, 1 drummer.
Oh no! Well, we have a drummer, and then we had Chad, who originally was also a drummer, but then his congas broke, so Chad was also a guitar player. We already have 2 guitar players, so it's like put Chad around places where he can do stuff. He was originally going to be a drummer, but his back wouldn't allow it, and now he's playing bass with me. So I'm taking the night off, but that's all right. They'll still have a bass player there, so they'll get by. So right now it's 2 bass, 2 guitars, drummer, harmonica, keyboard, and which makes it interesting to play music. But with every person, the more people you have playing, well, obviously, the more difficult you can get everybody on the same page. Like 3 people playing together, it's very tight, very easy to sound good. 7 people playing together takes a while to get everybody on board, but at the end of the day, you manage it. But
the more people you have, the more likely you're going to need something like a project manager of sorts. to deal with them?
Well, we have basically the way it sorted itself out with this group and other bands I've been involved in is my buddy Thorkel or Chuck. He's basically the Kapellmeister. So if you see any footage when we're on stage or anything, he'll turn around to the rest of the band and he uses like the head of his guitar almost like a baton. Like the first violinist would use their bow, and he'll turn around and he will dip it and things like that to get us going and to stop the song, or he'll look when we're about to make a change. So he calls it being the stage police. I said, dude, you're the Kapellmeister. So he basically organizes what we do on stage. The management of the band itself is more like this weird, chaotic interdiscussion we have. Well, we got to do the blah, 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 blah. But once we're on stage, he's basically the guy that directs everything, and he has the he was the guy that kept pushing for us to get this keyboard player, and so he's also kind of has his eye on how the band can be structured. But then Garrett, who's the lead guitarist, was the guy that said no more guitars. We were looking like having the keyboard guy came in originally carrying a guitar, and Garrett's like no. And that's why Chad is playing bass now, because they gave Chad a guitar for a while just to give him something to do. And Garrett's like, no. So everybody has input, basically. And they're like, do you mind if Chad plays bass? I'm like, that'd be great. Cool. More bass players. I think that's wonderful. I'd like to see a whole band of nothing but bass players, but they wouldn't go for that. So.
Of course, there's the old joke of guitar players being having quite a large ego.
Lead guitar syndrome. I have seen that with people. Yeah. It's like you're acting as if you're a superstar and you're not a superstar yet. You carried your amp in just like I did mine. You don't have a limousine outside, buddy. So.
Well, I do not know why my camera won't work.
Okay.
It's working fine here. It works fine on the other apps. But I think it might be something to do with the testing that I've been doing on the Swarm space. It works on the Swarm space even. We could go to the Swarm space and do the recordings all in the Swarm space.
Could we? Will it work?
Is there video?
There's video over there, sure.
Yeah, I think that would need a bit of testing out, because that means Roger would have to redo his configuration.
Shouldn't need to. He should be able to just capture his screen wherever we are. Let me show you.
Okay.
Let me show you. Hey, Roger, I can't make my camera work on this app. I was just suggesting to everybody that we went to the Swarm space.
How stable is it?
Completely.
Yeah.
How long have we been in, Otto? 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah, we have done easily that long at a time. Yeah, and we've had video conferences there in the past. They seem to work pretty well.
Okay.
Does the automatic recording function still in place there?
No, you have to record. You have to record.
Yeah, I would imagine that's
Start screen sharing.
Well, I mean,
Is
I've got it.
Let me screen share.
I've got all this set up to where it's according to a link on the browser for OBS. So, do you have like a browser HTTP?
You would just catch it like you're capturing the screen, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, that's how I'm capturing you guys right now. It's through my browser adapter.
So why couldn't you just? I don't understand all these things. I just click buttons.
Really,
I'm a girl.
Really, I would prefer to have a bit of development to review it first, then shoot into it, rather than just shooting it straight in on a production.
Yeah, because we're getting.
It's a very, very sensible idea, Mark. All I was really wanting to do right now was to go into the meeting and share my screen so you could see me there in the meeting, in the brain. We don't even need to start a meeting. We just jump straight into the brain. And I just wanted to show it to you. I didn't really mean that right now on the fly we just ditch everything and start a new thing. I did not mean that. I am frustrated that I can't get my camera to work.
It's fine. I've got cool pictures of you and Otto and Mark, right? So I can put them in there
Okay,
whenever you're
okay.
speaking on the edit. I can just put your
Okay.
picture in there when you're talking. So
We've got your avatar with the light sun shining behind it.
Yeah.
The screen. The
well, I mean,
lens flare.
I've actually taken like photos of
Oh,
during the
right.
show so I can put them in like when you're talking, it'll show your picture at least.
Huh.
Okay.
So
That's cool.
let me post the headlines. Now what we're going to do is in between each headline, I'm going to go ahead and do a short transitional videos because we're going to have a more precise headline for each one.
Right.
And it's only like a minute and a half so that we can switch out for each headline, and then we'll go to the next one. Now on these, I ended up breaking the brakes up, breaking interruptions up between us. But since Otto's here, if he wants to, he can do the braking on the headlines.
All right.
You guys all right with that?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I was saying I didn't expect to get here this early. I got out of work earlier than I thought I would, which is cool. Yeah, always nice.
And next week we will start doing it off of. We'll go in and try to do it off of Swarm Space.
That would be
Yeah.
cool.
Well, beforehand, I would like just to have a quick play around first. So yeah, sometime later on this week or early next week, I'll have a. If you remind me of the address, I'll have a quick play.
All right. So with that, let me go ahead and start the introduction, and then the first headline is posted up on the side in the chat if you guys want to check that out.
Okay, let's see here. Aha, I see.
And we can get this all going good now. I'm getting used to the whole thing too, so I'll be right back.
Turn the dial and feel the wave. Stir the fallout, signal brave.
Good evening. This is Stir the Fallout. You are hearing this. The signal has found you.
System.
Tonight, we align the static. We stir the wave. We do not panic. We broadcast.
Spin the dial, embrace the thunder. Every whisper wants the crown. Chaos writes the nightly bulletin while the satellites look down. Stir the fallout! Spin the wave! Long lives what tyrants crave! Signal bright across the night. Crack the skyline with the light. Static in the storm.
Okay, so I guess figure out. Somebody's got their audio open. I can hear them in the background.
Yeah, I can as well. Otto, don't you just mute both of those?
It's odd. Everything sounds quieter here too. Got my speaker on. And Bob has returned to us.
Okay, you there, Bob?
Hey guys, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Getting
And your camera works, hooray.
Yeah.
It's weird.
okay.
Is
So
there an echo?
yeah, I hear the echo. We're trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Hang on.
I'm having terrible
I see
sound
two
right now.
Roger Hansons.
Okay, it's not me.
There are two Roger Hansons.
Let me make sure that they haven't got me. Hold on a minute.
Oh, Otto's gone now.
Oh, that's what it was.
Also, Bob, I think your volume's a little bit too. Your mic volume's a little bit too low.
Okay,
low.
so
Too low.
let's
Okay.
let's try this again. I'm gonna do another intro, and then we can start. Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Better. Yeah.
Hey,
All right.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna do another intro. I didn't hit record anyhow, so that's a good thing. Just say, welcome back to Stir the Fallout. I love it. Okay, so I'm gonna get the intro going. I should have hit record anyhow, and I didn't hit record, so that was actually, I guess it's a good thing.
It works out. These things work out amazingly well sometimes.
So let me go ahead and get this started. We'll be quiet, or they won't hear us in the beginning introduction. So I'll go ahead and mute the browser out, and then we can come back in when we start. So.
Turn the dial and feel the wave. Stir the fallout, signal brave.
Good evening. This is Stir the Fallout. You are hearing this. The signal has found you.
System.
Tonight, we align the static. We stir the wave. We do not panic. We broadcast.
Spin the dial, embrace the thunder. Every whisper wants the crown. Chaos writes the nightly bulletin while the satellites look down. Stir the fallout! Spin the wave! Long lives what tyrants crave! Signal bright across the night. Crack the skyline with the light. Broadcast, static in the storm. Broadcast.
Tonight's top story. Users of Full Moon continue reporting unexpected side effects. While the product remains approved confidence enhancement, werewolf litter prevention, and certain other legally questionable applications. Consumers now claim they possess complete confidence in decisions they have not yet made. authorities remain concerned. The moon remains unavailable for comment. Joining us live is field correspondent Carl Patterson. Carl, what are we seeing?
Concerning developments, citizens across multiple counties are reporting and making plans based entirely upon future decisions. One man informed reporters he was absolutely certain he would purchase a canoe next Thursday. When asked if he intended to buy a canoe, he stated, I decide that next Thursday.
Remarkable.
The confidence level remains usually high. Another user stated she was 100% she would eventually regret something. However, she could not specify what.
Do experts understand the phenomenon?
No. In fact, they understand it less than when we started.
Thank you, Carl. For further analysis, we now turn to our resident future decision specialist.
This is the first documented case of preemptive certainty.
What exactly does that mean?
People are becoming emotionally invested in outcomes that they haven't selected yet.
Can you provide an example?
Certainly, a gentleman recently became offended by an argument he had not yet had.
Extraordinary.
He has already stopped speaking to these people. The argument is scheduled for next Tuesday.
Well, we're receiving additional reports.
That's unfortunate.
One viewer writes, I am fully committed to life-changing career moves. The viewer then adds, I have not chosen a career.
Classic.
How serious is this situation?
Current models suggest many users are now remembering future decisions before they even have occurred.
That sounds impossible.
Yes.
Yet
here we are.
Alert, alert, alert. The Full Moon customer support line has released a statement.
All right, let's hear it then.
Thank you for contacting Full Moon. If you are currently confident in the decision you have not made, press 1. If you have already pressed 1 tomorrow, remain on the line.
Disturbing.
Very.
Before we conclude, any final advice for viewers?
Yes. Avoid making important choices while under the influence of certainty.
Excellent advice.
Especially if you have not yet reached the moment in which the choice occurs.
Thank you. We will continue monitoring this developing situation. Coming up next, the radioactive chicken heads unveil a strategic 5-year pecking plan. Experts are calling it ambitious. Critics are calling it paltry propaganda.
You are listening to State of the Static. your trusted source for news, weather, public advisories, signal conditions, and events currently under investigation. In community news,
Signal conditions.
the Signal would like to remind listeners that stability should not be confused with safety.
This reminder brought to you by the Department of Administrative Reality, keeping paperwork slightly ahead of catastrophe.
Coming up next, breaking developments, questionable decisions, witness testimony, and headlines from across the known and partially known world. Until then, stay informed, stay alert, stay curious, and remember, if reality appears to be malfunctioning, please remain on the line. You are listening to State of the Static. Now returning to our regularly scheduled headlines.
Our next story tonight, the radioactive chicken heads have officially released their long-awaited 5-year pecking plan. The document spans 4,000 pages. 3,800 pages appear to be peck marks. Experts remain divided. Joining us tonight from Pecking headquarters is correspondent Dana. Dana?
Thank you. Behind me, delegates from the radioactive chicken heads are celebrating what they describe as a bold new vision for the future. The plan contains several major initiatives.
Such as?
Expansion of strategic scratching operations, increased grain security, and the creation of a national department of unexplained clacking.
A controversial proposal.
Extremely. Critics argue the department already exists. Supporters are insisting it needs more funding.
Naturally.
The organization also announced plans to recruit younger chicken heads. Their slogan is, "The future is hatchable."
How has the public responded?
Well, confused but supportive. One resident stated, "I don't understand any of it, but they seem organized."
Fair point. We now turn to agricultural strategist Dr. Warren. Doctor, what concerns you most?
The infrastructure section.
Why?
They are planning to replace several highways with conveyor belts
For efficiency?
for pecking access.
Understandable.
No,
Any other notable goals?
according to the report, by year 5 they hope to achieve. By year 5 they hope to. By year 5 they hope to achieve complete grain awareness.
What does that mean?
Nobody knows. The authors refuse clarification.
Alert, alert, alert. A spokesperson for the chicken heads has released an additional statement.
Go ahead.
The 5-year plan remains on schedule. The grain knows what it did.
Disturbing.
Deeply.
We'll continue following this story as developments emerge. Coming up next, Lord Edworthy files another complaint regarding grammar, punctuation, and reality itself. Officials fear the complaint may be legally correct.
You are listening to State of the Static, your trusted source for news, weather, public advisories, signal conditions, and events currently under investigation. In community news,
Signal conditions.
the Signal would like to remind listeners that stability should not be confused with safety.
This reminder brought to you by the Department of Administrative Reality, keeping paperwork slightly ahead of catastrophe.
Coming up next, breaking developments, questionable decisions, witness testimony, and headlines from across the known and partially known world. Until then, stay informed, stay alert, stay curious, and remember, if reality appears to be malfunctioning, please remain on the line. You are listening to State of the Static. Now returning to our regularly scheduled headlines.
Kind of reflexive.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Tonight's legal news. Lord Edworthy has once again filed a formal complaint. This time the complaint names grammar, punctuation, and reality itself. For more, we go to court correspondent Nigel.
The complaint consists of 700 pages. The first 600 criticize sentence structure.
And the remaining 100?
Reality.
Remarkable.
Lord Edworthy alleges that modern existence contains excessive ambiguity. He specifically cites poor formatting, inconsistent narrative continuity, and what he describes as reckless misuse of causality.
Has reality responded?
Not directly. However, several timelines have reportedly hired attorneys.
A troubling development. Joining us is legal analyst Margaret. Margaret, does this case have merit?
I presume I'm Margaret.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Okay, I'm not going to.
Yes,
do
you got it.
I'm not going to do a female voice.
Talk softer.
Don't assume Margaret's gender, okay?
Yeah.
You can have any kind of a name. Evelyn is also a man's name, okay? Evelyn can be a man's name. Margaret can be.
Oh well. Unfortunately, does this have a man? Okay. Unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
the filing identifies multiple contradictions.
examples?
Several. One section notes that cause occasionally follows effect.
Concerning.
Another question No. Another questions why prophecies. Another questions why prophecies are often delivered after the event occurs.
Fair criticism.
The judge reportedly agreed.
How did Lord Edworthy react?
He submitted 3 additional complaints.
Of course he did.
Alert, alert, alert. The court clerk has issued a statement. Please stop mailing punctuation marks to the courthouse. They are not legally binding.
The situation continues to escalate. Coming up next, reports indicate that Gary has been observing other Garys. No one is certain which Gary noticed first.
You are listening to State of the Static, your trusted source for news, weather, public advisories, signal conditions, and events currently under investigation. In community news,
Signal conditions.
the Signal would like to remind listeners that stability should not be confused with safety.
This reminder brought to you by the Department of Administrative Reality, keeping paperwork slightly ahead of catastrophe.
Coming up next, breaking developments, questionable decisions, witness testimony, and headlines from across the known and partially known world. Until then, stay informed, stay alert, stay curious, and remember, if reality appears to be malfunctioning, please remain on the line. You are listening to State of the Static. Now returning to our regularly scheduled headlines.
Boom, boom, boom. Top tier acting every time.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Mark, you're the host.
Okay, ready. A developing story tonight. Multiple witnesses claim Gary has been observed watching other Garys. The reports raise serious questions. Oh, sorry. Mainly, yes, yeah. Mainly, how many Garys are there?
Host.
Okay. Yeah, you need some quotation marks on this one. Gary watch ongoing. Okay. Live now to correspondent Rebecca.
Confusion continues. Witnesses first spotted Gary observing a Gary who appeared to be observing another Gary.
A chain reaction.
Potentially. Investigators attempted to follow the sequence. They became lost after the 7th Gary.
7.
Confirmed. Possibly more.
What were the Garys doing?
Mostly observing.
Naturally.
One Gary was taking notes. Another was watching through binoculars. And a third appeared to be monitoring both.
Disturbing levels of professionalism.
Indeed.
Joining us is Dr. Nelson. Doctor, what are we dealing with?
Recursive observation.
Meaning?
Observers observing observers.
And the risks?
Eventually, everyone becomes surveillance.
That's unsettling.
Very.
Can the process be stopped?
Not if Gary notices us first.
Has he?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Alert, alert, alert. Reports indicate at least one Gary is currently watching this broadcast.
Moving on immediately. Next, the signal launches a customer satisfaction. Next, the signal launches a customer satisfaction survey. Experts recommend answering carefully.
You are listening to State of the Static, your trusted source for news, weather, public advisories, signal conditions, and events currently under investigation. In community news,
Signal conditions.
the Signal would like to remind listeners that stability should not be confused with safety.
This reminder brought to you by the Department of Administrative Reality, keeping paperwork slightly ahead of catastrophe.
Coming up next, breaking developments, questionable decisions, witness testimony, and headlines from across the known and partially known world. Until then, stay informed, stay alert, stay curious, and remember, if reality appears to be malfunctioning, please remain on the line. You are listening to State of the Static. Now returning to our regularly scheduled headlines.
Okay, go for it.
And finally, tonight, the Signal has launched its first official customer satisfaction survey. Participation is reportedly voluntary. Most recipients disagree. Joining us is technology correspondent Carl.
The survey appears simultaneously across television, phone, radio, mirrors, and at least one loaf of bread.
Bread?
Confirmed.
What questions are being asked?
Examples include how satisfied are you with your current timeline? Do you feel adequately observed? And would you recommend existence to a friend?
Strong questions.
Participants also report a final question.
Which is?
Did you enjoy being selected?
Concerning. Joining us is Signal researcher Professor Hale. Professor?
Thank you. The survey may represent a major shift.
How so?
The Signal previously observed humanity. Now it appears interested in customer retention.
Retention?
Yes.
Why?
We do not know.
Do we know what happens after completion?
Some respondents report receiving a follow-up survey
Immediately.
before finishing the first one.
I see.
One individual received a satisfaction survey regarding their satisfaction survey experience.
And?
Mixed feelings.
Alert, alert, alert. The signal has released a statement. Your feedback is important. Your compliance is appreciated. Your response has already been recorded.
Comforting?
Not remotely.
Well, that concludes tonight's headline report. When we return, narrative routing enters active selection mode. The signal has chosen 4 possible outcomes. Only one reality branch may continue. Stay with us.
Oh,
Okay, so now after that, you can guarantee that, like I said, we're not going to do this again with auto, but we will do it. We will move on to the next. So, with that being said, Bob, are you willing to do this reading too?
I am willing to do this reading, Roger.
Okay, and like before, I have to ask you: are you in an area where you can do a clean recording?
I believe I am, yes.
Okay, so with that being said, we can start deodorant for the divas whenever you feel like it. Stop after the first ad and then continue after that whenever I do my comment. So with that being said, I'm going to mute out and go for it.
Deodorant for the divas, because even celestial beings descend. In the upper realms, where lotus blossoms float on golden winds, where merit ripens like fruit in eternal spring, where the divas dance in radiant bliss, there comes a moment, a sign, a subtle shift in the fragrance of immortality. Yes, even celestial beings must face the return. In certain ancient traditions, it is whispered that when a diva's time in heaven nears its end, a faint scent appears, not of lotus, not of sandalwood, but something earthy. Before panic spreads across the jeweled terraces, before your divine glow dims under social pressure, before the apsaras start side-eyeing you across the cloud lounge, there is now deodorant for the divas. Infused with Himalayan wind essence, distilled moonlight, karma neutralizing botanicals, and a patented samsara delay formula. Because why reincarnate today when you could reincarnate fresh? I noticed the signs, the fading garlands, the awkward distance in the celestial spa. Then I tried deodorant for the divas. Now I radiate again. I was moments away from rebirth as a tax accountant. Now I smell like enlightenment. So don't let destiny catch you unprepared. When the cosmic sweat of impermanence begins to glisten, when the scent of mortality drifts into your aura, reach for the only protection approved in 3 heavenly realms, the deodorant for the divas. Stay fragrant, stay luminous, stay transcendent. Product does not actually prevent rebirth. Side effects may include humility, existential clarity, and unexpected compassion. Consult your karmic advisor before use. Because even gods need a little freshness.
Thank you for your compliance.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Gaydars, the world's most advanced orientation detection technology. Are you confused by mixed signals? Unsure whether someone is simply stylish or spectacularly fabulous? Then you need Gaydars. Using cutting-edge rainbow frequency sensors, Gaydars scans your environment and alerts you whenever fabulousness is detected. Just point, scan, and listen for the tone. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations, you've detected fabulous. Gaydars include adjustable sensitivity levels, nightclub calibration mode, and our exclusive Pride Parade proximity alarm. But remember, Gaydars may not be for everyone. Side effects of Gaydars may include dizziness, sudden confusion about fashion choices, involuntary finger snapping, spontaneous disco dancing, and in rare cases, users may experience extreme glitter exposure, dramatic personality shifts, and unexplained and spontaneous musical theater. More serious side effects have been reported, including temporary reality distortion, spontaneous pride parades, and existential questioning of your wardrobe. And in extremely rare cases, severe headaches, spontaneous nosebleeds, catastrophic brain aneurysms, and what medical professionals describe as fabulous overload syndrome. If you experience ringing disco music, sudden rainbow hallucinations, or uncontrollable jazz hands lasting more than 4 little hours, please discontinue the use of Gaydars immediately and consult a licensed professional or at least a moderately responsible wizard. Tonight's broadcast is also sponsored by Fairy Tale Daycare, the premier childcare solution for legendary characters. Are you a witch with a busy potion schedule? A dragon working overtime guarding treasure? A giant who simply needs a few hours of peace and quiet? Bring your younglings to Fairy Tale Daycare. Our staff includes retired heroes, certified spellbreakers, and a wolf who promises he's working on himself. Fairy Tale Daycare, where every child's story begins safely.
Thank you for your compliance. Fairy Tale Daycare. Narrative stability through structured myth management.
Greetings, Guardian. Our records indicate your dependent is exhibiting elevated destiny volatility. Unmanaged prophecy drift can result in unauthorized hero arcs, premature dragon encounters, unlicensed tower isolation, non-compliant curse activation. This is not a cause for concern. This is a scheduling issue. At Fairy Tale Daycare, we specialize in early stage legend containment and story arc stabilization. All participants are enrolled in our patented Happily Ever After compliance framework. This includes Apple screening protocols, fire-breathing permits, wolf dialogue mediation training, and pre-approved transformation windows. Please note, Spindles are magnetically sealed. Glass slippers are size verified. Magic beans require dual authorization. Daily curriculum focuses on narrative pacing, impulse prophecy control, responsible moral alignment, and cooperative quest simulation. Performance metrics. Since implementation, there's been a 78% reduction in unsanctioned rebellions, a 64% decrease in forest-related incidents, and 100% compliance in nap time enchantments. If your dragon begins glowing red, if your princess questions architectural confinement, if your wolf expresses complex dietary autonomy, remain calm. Staff will initiate containment song protocol. Fairy tale daycare, stay in your lane. Wait for your chapter, don't jump ahead. Reassurance is important. Your child's destiny is safe with us. It will unfold at the approved pace. Fairy tale daycare, because unmanaged legends become revolutions.
Thank you for your compliance. Welcome to narrative routing. The purpose of this signal is simple. You will be presented with a series of scenarios. Your choices will be recorded. The signal will pretend they matter. At the end of the process, you will be assigned a route. Whether that route was determined by your answers or selected beforehand remains classified. Let's begin. We'll start with let's start with Bob Dub.
Yay.
I have a question for you. You discovered a glowing door in the middle of the woods. Do you A, open the door, B, burn the door, C, walk away, or D, ask Gary about it?
Oh, far out. I have a glowing door in the middle of the woods, and I need to know if I have to ask Gary, or open it, or walk away, or
Burn it.
burn it. Oh, I want to burn it, but I also feel that I ought to ask Gary if I should.
Go with your first instinct, Bob.
I could just open it. That
Good.
would be,
What's behind the door, though?
oh, everything in the world. It's glowing. It's a
That
shiny thing.
might be a
Haven't you
good
been
reason to
listening
burn
to
it.
the scripts? That touches all the shiny things. What is behind the door? Imagine burning it. I think I'd like to burn it.
That sounds like Bob.
I want to burn it, Roger,
Okay.
just for the fun of it.
She's
That would
wonderful,
be-
isn't she, guys?
That would be B. B equals 1 chaos.
Oh, why am I not surprised?
So I have to figure out a good system on setting them up with you. So we have that set up. Let's see here. Now we go on to question 2. You ready?
I'm ready, fish.
Okay. A radioactive chicken head offers you investment advice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you listen
Mhm.
carefully, ask for documentation, run away, or invest everything?
I asked for documentation.
Asking for documentation, that is B, and B equals 1 signal point.
Okay.
So you have 1 chaos point and 1 signal point.
Okay.
All right. So now we have question number 3.
Hmm.
Now with question number 3, are you
Mhm.
ready? Are you ready to answer it?
I am so ready, Roger.
Okay. The full moon speaks directly to you.
Hmm.
Its first words are, "Trust me."
Mm-hmm.
Do you trust it?
Yes.
Ask questions, ignore
No.
it, or start taking notes?
Oh, shoot. No, I trust it. It's a full moon. I don't need to question the full moon. The full moon is pretty full and moony. And I love her, and she has seen me through some hard times. I can trust her.
Okay, so your answer is A, trust it.
Yes.
Okay. Now with A equals 1 full moon point. So
Hmm.
you have got a one point for that. I gotta keep track of your points too, by the way.
Okay. I'm
So
writing them down because take notes, you know.
right. So now you have 1 chaos point, 1 signal
Mhm.
point, and 1
Mm.
full moon point. We
Mm.
move to question 4. Are you ready for question 4, Bob?
Yes. Yes. Tell me question 4.
A totem pole assigns you a new destiny. Do you accept? Do you negotiate? Do you A, accept,
Mm.
B, negotiate,
Mm.
C, refuse,
Hmm.
or D, request a different destiny?
Huh. That's very difficult. The totem pole assigns me a destiny,
A new destiny.
a new destiny. Totem pole assigns me a new destiny. That's contentious. Why would he do that?
These are questions that are not permitted to be answered because
Ah!
Bah.
Okay, you have to tell me the answers again. A, I would accept it.
do you A,
Well, that's what I
accept it,
ought to do.
B, negotiate, C, refuse,
B, negotiate.
or
C
D,
is out.
or D,
D.
request a different destiny?
I do not know. That is so difficult. That depends on so many things. What if it's a bad alternate destiny and I think that I can't do it right and I ought to?
Well, do you know what the destinies are?
I
wanna know what the
decided
destiny is.
to trust the moon because I have history with her, but totem pole. That's an impossible one to answer, Roger. It's like it depends on so many things. How I made such a big important decision. I mean, it's destiny, bro. It's not
Yeah.
like what I'm going to have to drink for, like next cup of tea.
So do you A, accept, B, negotiate, C, refuse?
Does
Or
Totem Pole know more about the future than I do?
Totem Pole
oh.
knows more about the future, and it's all about alignment.
Oh. All right. Well, I will. I don't know if I can accept. I don't know. Alignment to totem pole.
You could negotiate.
Where is negotiating those
You have A, accept,
options?
B, negotiate, C, refuse, or D, request a different destiny.
Oh, well, I must negotiate. I need to negotiate because I don't know what's going on
Okay,
yet.
there we go. So you have selected B, and that is a B equals a 1 signal point.
So that's 2 signal points.
So altogether you have 2 signal points.
This is so scary.
You have 1 chaos point, 2 signal points, and 1
Yes.
full moon point. So now we go to question 5. Are you ready for question 5, Bob Dub?
Yes, tell me question 5.
Gary appears and says, I need your help. Do you help Gary? A, help Gary. B, ask why. C, leave immediately. Or D, ask who sent him.
Shit. I can't do this. Gary comes to me and asks me for help. How can I not help him?
So do you A, help Gary?
Yes.
B, ask why? Or C, leave immediately? Or D, ask who sent him?
Help Gary, I think.
Help
I don't
Gary.
know.
Okay,
I think.
so
I don't know. Yes.
we have A, which is help Gary. A equals 1 Gary point.
Ooh, Gary point. Point Gary.
So that makes
I don't know how to do this.
oh, you're doing great. You are doing great. I just have to document it. Gary. 1 point. Okay, so that makes 1 Gary point for you. Okay. The results have been received. Calculating routine. And your results are you have been assigned this signal. Now, the signal route means that your future now contains forms. Your destiny requires signatures. So please remain professional. with that being said, we are going. You remember yours, so you are you're a signal. Okay, you
Mhm.
have a signal route. Keep that in mind, and we will move on now to which one? Otto, you want to go first, or do you want to go first, Mark?
Otto, all yours.
Well, thank you. All right.
Okay,
Fire
so
away, Roger.
so question one. You discover a glowing door in the middle of the woods. Do you open the door, or A, open the door, B, burn the door, C, walk away, or D, ask Gary about it?
I'll open the door.
Okay, you chose A. A is one signal point. And we can get you recorded on that one so that we have you recorded for doing that. And we award you with A, which equals one signal point. So now, question two. A radioactive chicken head offers you investment advice.
Hmm.
Do you A, listen carefully, B, ask for documentation, C, run away, or D, invest everything?
I'll listen carefully. I always like to hear about stuff before I decide.
Okay, so you choose A, listen carefully. A equals one chicken head point. So you have one chicken head point. It's, oh wow, I didn't realize that we didn't have chicken head points yet.
Well, now you see. We've got one anyway. I've got one. Wahaha.
That is interesting. I forgot. Bob Dub did a full moon answer on that one. So,
Mhm.
so you have one. You have one chicken head point, and you have one signal point, and I have that recorded. Now we go down and record that you have done question two, and we move on to question three. The full moon speaks directly to you. Its first words are, trust me. Do you A, trust it, B, ask questions, C, ignore it, or D, start taking notes?
I'm going to start taking notes.
You've chosen D, and D equals totem pole 1 point. So you have one totem pole point. So let me see if I. And we have you set up now. We have you set up now with one totem pole.
Yay.
So you have one totem pole point, one chicken head point, and one signal point.
Hmm.
And now I make sure that it's recorded that you have done this is question three, right? Okay, so question three is shown. Now we go to question four. A totem pole assigns you a new destiny. Do you A, accept, B, negotiate, or C, refuse? or D, request a different destiny?
Oh, definitely negotiate. Definitely negotiate.
Okay, you've chosen B, and B equals 1 signal point. So that makes it 2 signal points that you have. You have 2 signal points, 1 chicken head point, and 1 totem pole point. I have that recorded, and now I am going to record that you have answered this in the questions. We move to question 5. Question 5. Gary appears and says, I need your help. Do you help Gary? Or A, help Gary? B, ask why? C, leave immediately? Or D, ask who sent him?
I would ask why. I'd like to know why he needs help before I decide whether I'm going to help him. I
Okay.
mean, he might ask me for help building a nuclear bomb trigger or something, and I'm like, no. Goes against my precepts.
So
But if you want
you
help crossing the street, no problem.
chose B. Ask
Yes.
why. B equals 1 signal point, which
Wow.
makes it 3 signal points that you have. So that means you have 3 signal points, 1 chicken head point, and 1 totem pole point. I have marked it down showing that you have asked the question for part 5, and the results have been received. Calculating route. You have been assigned signal route. Your future now contains forms. Your destiny requires signatures. Please remain professional.
Always.
Next, we go to Lord Edworthy.
Oh, good my lord.
Lord Edworthy, are you ready to do this?
Carry on.
Question 1. You discover a glowing door in the middle of the woods. Do you A, open the door, B, burn the door, C, walk away, or D, ask Gary about it?
I would be tempted just to walk around it, just as presumably the door is attached to something.
That is not an option.
Okay, so door that's not attached to anything that disappears.
A, open the door, B, burn the door, C, walk away, or D, ask Gary about it.
So Gary's my advisor. So I have to ask my advisor.
So you choose D, ask Gary
Yep.
about it. Okay, you've chosen D. That equals 1 Gary point. So we have you set up for 1 Gary point. And I have you recorded for answering question 1. And now we move on to question 2. A radioactive chicken head offers you investment advice. Do you A, listen carefully, B, ask for documentation, C, run away, or D, invest everything?
I would be tempted to do A and B.
You can only choose one.
Well, me being the document person that I am, obviously I will be asking for B.
All right, you choose B, ask for documentation. B equals 1 signal point. So you have 1 signal point. which brings you up to 1 signal point and 1 Gary point. Next, first I have to mark you down as answering question 2, and we will move on to question 3, which is after I get that documented. The full moon speaks directly to you. Its first words are, trust me. Do you trust it? B, ask questions. C, ignore it. Or D, start taking notes.
Say that again. What's the
The full
question?
moon
What?
speaks directly to you. Its first words are, trust me. Do you A, trust it? B, ask questions. C, ignore it. Or D, start taking notes.
I would be seeking psychological help if a moon is talking.
That is not an option.
That was my first thought. I was like, dude, the moon is talking to you.
Yeah,
Trust it. Come on, you know you wanna.
yeah. Trust me. I've got a bridge. I've got a bridge in London to sell you.
Would
Yeah,
you
right.
like for me to say
I got one in Brooklyn.
options again, please? It's up to you. A,
So what?
A,
Okay.
A, trust it. B, ask questions. C, ignore it. Or D, start taking notes.
Again, I'll be asking for. I'll be taking notes, and I'll be asking for.
You can only choose one.
So if I ask for documentation, if I ask for anything, I'm not even taking notes. I can't take notes. I can't do both.
You can take mental notes.
Okay. Really have to be B then.
So what is your answer? A, trust it. B, ask questions. C, ignore it. Or D, start taking notes.
Actually, it'd be C. Because again, if a moon is talking to me, I'm wondering what have I been taken.
Okay. So your
What was the
answer
next C?
is C, ignore it. And C equals admin error. You get 1 admin error
That makes sense.
token. So you have 1 admin error point, and that brings you to 1 chaos point. No, 1 signal point, isn't it?
Your wills.
Oh,
I believe so. Yeah. Because you said to walk away from it, right? No, you said a signal. Yeah, that's a signal point. The point moved actually on me is what happened.
oh, those points. Gotta
Okay.
keep an eye on them.
Moving points.
Then he there we go.
Luckily, there's a recording of this, so we can go back and verify
Yeah.
exactly what the answers were.
Yeah.
Well, I have them right
No
here.
moving points.
It's just it kind of got a little carried away right there.
You see, that's exactly it.
So I'm sitting here considering Lord Edworthy's sartorial perfection. Definitely the Beau Brummel of our time. I can't help but also notice how he has such a wonderfully perfect hairstyle. I don't know what it is, but he just has that instinct for wearing his hair that way. It just seems like all sane men would be. Roger, you got to start rethinking your look, I think. You know, it's not easy sleeping in curlers every night, but you can do it too if Mark and I can, you know. It's like-
Okay, so question 4. A totem
Okay.
pole assigns you a new destiny. Do
Uh-oh.
you A, accept, B, negotiate, or C, refuse, or D, request a different destiny?
If it's a destiny, then how can I refuse?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, if it's logically speaking, if it's a destiny, then it's there.
So,
Hmm.
what is your answer? A, accept, B, negotiate,
Hmm.
C,
I didn't
refuse,
think of it like that.
or D, request a different destiny?
I mean, if you can negotiate with destiny, that has serious implications philosophically
We'll
speaking.
choose a different one altogether, not even bother to
Yeah.
negotiate, just go your own way.
But would you even know who you were if you changed your whole destiny?
Yeah.
That'd be weird.
What's your
Okay.
choice?
Queso. What would be? A.
Hey, all right, there we go. Face
A
first
is-
into the
Take
fray.
it. Yay, you.
The brave
A.
one here.
A is
Yeah.
accept, and A equals 1 totem pole point.
Woohoo!
Oh.
Go. So we have one totem pole point for you,
Yay!
and boy, that makes one signal point, one chicken head point, I believe, and one totem pole point, as well as one administrative error. So
Error!
let me see here. So now we come to the next one, which is, I believe, question 5. And question 5 is, Gary appears and says, I need your help. Do you help A, help Gary, B, ask why, C, leave immediately, or D, ask who sent him?
We don't know what he's wanting help with. So, like Otto said, it could be anything. Also, because Gary's this bare secret agent thing, I'd be tempted to ask him A, why, and B, who sent him, who's his handler.
So the question is, do you A, help Gary, B, ask why, C, leave immediately, or D, ask who sent him? You can only choose one.
Okay, I'll ask why. What does he need help with?
Okay,
Why?
so you
Yeah.
choose B, ask why. B equals 1 signal point.
So that's 2.
So that brings you up to 3 signal points. No, actually, you have 2 signal points.
2.
Yeah, Otto is the king of signal points so far.
Signal boy, that's me.
So we have that one covered. I have it documented that you answered that question. We come to the final calculation. The results have been received. Calculating a route, and you have been assigned signal route. Your future now contains forms. Your destiny requires signatures. Please remain professional. Okay, so we have Bob Dub, who is signal. All 3 of you are signal routes. So that means that we have got to get you set up with your your narration that you have to read, and we can get it started. So that will be your route. Will be signal. I'll post it in the comment section, and we will get you set up here. Okay. All right, so here we go. You guys are still there, aren't you?
Well, I'm here
Yes, yes.
so far.
Okay, so what
The
I'm gonna
store
have.
just appeared in my backyard. Excuse me, I have to go open it.
Okay.
No.
So I have this script that right here that you all have to read. I suggest we do it in the order you guys did it. Bob Dub goes first, then Mark, or no, then Otto, then Mark, and we'll
Okay.
move on from
Right.
there. This is signal or route signal, customer satisfaction follow up. Bob Dub, whenever you are ready to begin, you can begin.
Thank you for completing your narrative routing assessment. Your responses have been analyzed. Your personality has been categorized. Your future has been lightly adjusted. Before continuing, please answer the following question. On a scale from 1 to 10, how satisfied are you with reality? Interesting. Reality selected the same answer. Question 2. Do you feel your choices matter? Please answer honestly. Thank you. Your response has been forwarded to the Department of Acceptable Uncertainty. Question 3. How often do you suspect that you are being observed? A. Frequently. B. Constantly. C. Right now. D. Gary. Excellent. That response remains within acceptable parameters. We are pleased to announce your timeline remains operational. At this time, several alternate versions of yourself have submitted complaints. Most concern scheduling conflicts. One claims to have become a moon. Another insists they are currently a radioactive chicken head. Both reports remain under review. Before concluding the survey, please verify the following. You are currently located somewhere. You are currently experiencing something. You are currently moving towards a future. Thank you. Verification remains pending. Your satisfaction is important to us. Your cooperation is mandatory. Have a productive cycle.
All right. Next, we move on to Otto. Thank you for your reading, Bob Dub. Now we move on to Otto. Start whenever you're ready.
Alrighty. Thank you for completing your narrative routing assessment. Your responses have been analyzed. Your personality has been categorized. Your future has been lightly adjusted. Before continuing, please answer the following question. On a scale from 1 to 10, how satisfied are you with reality? Interesting. Reality selected the same answer. Question 2. Do you feel your choices matter? Please answer honestly. Thank you. Your response has been forwarded to the Department of Acceptable Uncertainty. Question 3. How often do you suspect that you're being observed? A, frequently, B, constantly, C, right now, or D, Gary? Excellent. That response remains within acceptable parameters. We are pleased to announce your timeline remains operational at this time. Several alternate versions of yourself have submitted complaints. Most concern scheduling conflicts. One claims to have become a moon. Another insists that they are currently a radioactive chicken head. Both reports remain under review. Before concluding the survey, please verify the following. You are currently located somewhere. You are currently experiencing something. You are currently moving toward a future. Thank you. Verification remains pending. Your satisfaction is important to us. Your cooperation is mandatory. Have a productive cycle.
Thank you for your read, Otto. Next, we move on to Lord Edworthy. Lord Edworthy,
Here,
start
here.
whenever you feel ready to, and we should be done with this.
Here, here.
Okay. Thank you for completing your narrative routine assessment. Your responses have been analysed. Your personality has been categorised. Your future has been lightly adjusted. Before continuing, please answer please answer the following questions. On the scale from 1 to 10, how satisfied are you with reality? Interesting. Reality selected the same answer. Question 2. Do you feel your choice matters? Do you feel your choices matter? Please honest answer. please answer honestly. Thank you. Your responses Thank you. Your response has been forwarded to the Department of Acceptable Uncertainty. Question 3. How often do you suspect that you are being observed? A, frequently. B, constantly. C, right now. D, Gary. Weird. A and B is the same thing, isn't it? Okay. Excellent. That response remains within acceptable parameters. We are pleased to announce your timeline remains operational at this time. Several alternative versions of yourself have been several alternative versions of yourself have submitted complaints. Most contain scheduling conflicts. One claims to have become a moon. Another insists that they are currently a radioactive chicken head. Both reports remain under review. Before you conclude this survey, please verify the following: that you are currently located somewhere, you are currently experiencing something, and that you are currently moving towards a future. Thank you. Verification remains pending. Your satisfaction is important to us. Your cooperation is mandatory. Have a productive cycle.
Thank you very much for your reading. We appreciate what you have done for us, and we have come to the end of this section. So let's
Okay. Lord Edward has got another grammatical complaint.
what we're
Uh-huh.
Cooperation should be hyphenated.
It should. It should actually. I concur.
Okay, so
One little
now,
hyphen. One little
now-
hyphen.
now we move on to the ritual interview. I am going to be the host of this one, and for this one, I want to do it where Mark, or not
Uh-huh.
Mark. Actually, let's do it to where. Well, yeah, actually, let's just do Mark as the guest for this because that will be kind of interesting. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here is the script, which, by the way, this is phase one. You really don't need it because it's more of the stuff that I'm going to be asking you. So
I've lived in again.
here we go. Tonight's guest joins us from an undisclosed location. Thank you for being here. Before we begin, have you recently been replaced by a duplicate?
Have I? Have I? Yeah, if you say so.
Interesting answer. Most duplicates say the same thing. For legal reasons, I must ask, are you currently the original version of yourself?
As far as I'm aware.
Good. The uncertainty is normal. Have you entered a room and forgotten why you entered?
I've done that quite on occasion.
With enough gin.
Yeah.
What if that wasn't forgetfulness? What if the room simply rejected your purpose?
Okay, I'm going to blame the room. It's the room's fault. It's not mine.
The room thanks you for your cooperation. Do you currently possess all of your memories?
Yeah, I think so. What I can remember.
Good. Have any of them been audited?
Not by any sort of professional entity, as far as I know.
Interesting. Several viewers report annual memory audits. Some fail. If you discovered tomorrow that your entire childhood had been outsourced to a third-party contractor, would you request a refund?
Not completely sure of the question.
If you discovered tomorrow that your entire childhood had been outsourced to a third-party contractor, would you request a refund?
I know what you're saying, but I don't understand the actual premise of the question.
Strong answer. The contractor has been notified. At what age did you become aware that adults were improvising?
from a sort of very early age.
Nobody ever does. And yet we all arrive there eventually, don't we?
Hmm.
So,
That does make sense. The answer does make sense to my question, to my response.
have you ever apologized to an object after walking into it?
Yeah.
Excellent. This demonstrates baseline empathy. Suppose you discover a second moon. It appears every Tuesday. Only you can see it. How long before you tell someone?
Depends on the situation. Depends if I've been drinking or if I've just been taking something else, or depends on my mental state. I might immediately phone up my local crack. Yeah, it depends.
How long before you tell someone?
Right, again, depends on the situation. If I've been drinking and then I discover a second moon, I would think about it the next day and may tell somebody, or may just put
Interesting.
down to drink.
Interesting. Most respondents wait 6 months. The current record is 11 years. Would you rather know the future or know who keeps editing the past?
Does somebody edit the past?
Popular
Mhm.
response. Popular response. Editors dislike it. So do you trust mirrors?
Sometimes.
Careful. That was a trick question. Mirrors are currently unverified. Imagine that one morning your coffee begins predicting future events. How many correct predictions before you start taking notes?
I'd be buying more of that brand, that's for sure.
How many correct predictions before you start taking notes, though?
If it's, I don't know, if it's got the lottery numbers correct, probably immediately. Else, if it's something like the weather, probably we ignore it.
Okay, 3 is responsible, 2 is optimistic, and 1 is how cults begin. Now, if the signal called you tonight, would you answer?
It would be rude not to answer.
Good. You've selected maybe. This answer has been recorded.
You have selected no. I didn't say maybe. I said it would be rude.
If your duplicate arrived right now, how would you determine which one is real?
I know. I am. I think therefore I am. Yeah. I know I'm the real one.
Has anyone ever told you you seem different lately?
Do I?
Has anyone ever told you that you seem different lately?
Not that often.
Did they specify why?
I can't remember last time somebody mentioned that. Said that.
They never
What?
do. They never do. And yet they always know. Do you believe identity is permanent?
I can change my identity. I can change factors of my identity. So, base level identity, yes, it's permanent, but it can portions of that can be changed.
Suppose a radioactive chicken head is elected mayor of your town. Would that concern you?
Considering that my mayor of the mayor of this town hasn't really got any powers to do anything. Not really. If I was in a large city, then maybe.
So would that concern you?
Well, if in this town it wouldn't, but if I was in, let's say, London,
Why?
that probably would.
Might be an improvement in London.
Yeah, indeed.
Why? Why? Why though? Why wouldn't it concern you?
Because in this town, the mayor hasn't got any powers.
Okay.
It's just a figure.
Speciesism has been noted. Moving on. Would you rather fight one horse-sized Gary or 50 Gary-sized horses?
Would I rather fight one horse-sized guy or 50 Gary-sized horses? How big is Gary?
That's not the point. Would you rather fight one
He's a,
horse-sized Gary?
he's a teddy bear, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that could be any size.
well, yeah, that's true. There are
Or
some big teddy bears.
50 or 50 Gary-sized horses.
Or how big is the horse? I mean, you can go
Hmm.
small ponies, or you can go big.
They would
Shire
be
or-
Gary-sized horses. So Gary's a gay teddy bear. And
Yeah, but you haven't
that would be or
specified
50
size.
Gary-sized horses.
Mm.
One horse-sized Gary, which would be a teddy bear the size of a horse,
Yeah, but what sort of
or
horse?
50
Horses don't have a single size.
or 50 Gary-sized horses.
The draft horse.
Which one
Okay.
which one would you rather fight?
If it's a pony, then 50 Gary-sized horses. If it's a Shire horse, then one horse-sized Gary.
All right, a bold choice. The Gary Coalition disagrees. All right, now, have you ever looked at an old photograph and failed to recognize yourself?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then allow me to reassure you that feeling is mutual.
What, the photograph fails to recognize me?
Did you think reality is becoming stranger, or do you think reality is becoming stranger?
If this is anything to go by, then definitely strange.
Interesting. Reality has asked the same question. Its response was you first. Now, the final question of phase 1: do you consent to continuing this? Do you consent to continuing the interview?
I'm concerned. Can I speak to a legal professional first, please? Have I really got a choice?
Hey, everybody's got a choice. Do you agree to it?
Reluctantly, I consent. Reluctantly. we look at yeah, we look into the
Okay, excellent. The interview also consents. We will proceed to phase 2 at another time because we are actually coming up at 7 o'clock, and we will do phase 2 in the next one. Sound good?
again, I'm concerned.
Okay. So let me go ahead and see what we got here. I am going to go ahead and put the narrative block in, and we will be right back. So give me a second real quick.
Some of your scripted responses did make sense to my replies.
They were meant to be.
Welcome to Fairy Tale Compliance Training Module 7. Today's lesson, Narrative Stability and Proper Role Alignment. Please remember, all characters must remain within their assigned archetypes. Deviation may result in story instability, unapproved transformation, or narrative collapse. Narrative collapse. Princesses must await designated outcomes. Dragons must remain within licensed zones. Prophecies must follow approved timelines. Prophecies must. Failure to comply may result in unpredictable endings, unauthorized agency, or spontaneous meaning. Spontaneous meaning is not currently supported. If you notice irregularities within your assigned narrative, please report them to your nearest authority figure. If no authority figure is present, continue as written. Continue as written. Written. Reminder, the story is stable. The system is functioning. All outcomes are accounted for. If outcomes appear before causes, please disregard. Some users may experience overlapping timelines, recursive dialogue, or the sensation that the narration is observing them. These effects are temporary. If the story begins to adjust, do not attempt to correct it. This concludes your training module. The ocean, the ocean remembers everything. It uploads. You are next. Oh, I saw the whole business, I did. Warm day it were, proper warm. The sort that makes you question waistcoats. Young lady goes down to the water, happy as you like, sun on her shoulders, sea calm as a teacup. In she goes, splendid form really, confident, very hydrological. Now, I'm seated upon the dock with a modest sandwich. Cucumber, if it matters. When up pops this octopus. Not aggressive mind, curious. Looked at the garments, considered them, and with a sort of quiet determination, off he toddled with the lot. Efficient little blighter. The young lady turns round and realizes the administrative shift in circumstances. And just as I'm thinking, well, this shall require negotiation, one shark. Decisive, no committee meeting, straight through the octopus. Nature does dislike paperwork. And there we are. Clothes gone, octopus gone, shark looking rather pleased with itself. And the poor girl standing waist deep in reflection saying, "Oh no, what do I do now?" Which, if you ask me, is the most honest question uttered all afternoon. I offered her my waistcoat, of course, but one must consider proportional coverage. In the end, she stayed in the water until the coast was diplomatically clear. Can't fault her composure, really. Most people panic when the food chain reorganizes around them. She merely sighed. Very British of her, actually.
I, Mr. Jonathan Shark, resident of the immediate coastal waters, and occasional participant in the food chain, do hereby issue the following clarification regarding the recent octopus incident. When I observed the octopus, it appeared to be engaging in what marine professionals call erratic flailing. As a shark of standard reputation, I interpreted the behavior as either A, a competitive display, B, a culinary opportunity, yum, yum, C, Tuesday. At no point was I informed, verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation, that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing from a young woman enjoying an otherwise pleasant aquatic experience. Let the record reflect. I consume seafood. I do not conduct property searches, and I do not inventory cephalopods. If garments were present inside the octopus at the time of digestion, they were not declared, itemized, or disclosed in advance.
I reject all allegations that
I knowingly interfered with textile redistribution. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young woman's predicament. Being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention, is, I acknowledge, an unfortunate sequence of events.
however,
I maintain that I acted within the long-standing and universally recognized jurisdiction of shark being shark. In conclusion, I did not steal the clothes. I did not know about the clothes. I do not offer refunds.
thank you for your attention.
My legal team will now accept questions exclusively in the form of baited hooks, which I will politely ignore. Signed, Bartholomew J. Shark, Predator, not a pickpocket.
Thank you for your compliance.
Dum dum.
Look at my arm, man. When I catch that bloke, it's on like Donkey Kong. You see that twitch? I've had nightmares for 6 months. Not to mention I'm bloomin' done crapped in me knickers. 6 months of something laughing in the dark. I haven't slept. I haven't eaten properly. And I don't even get me started on the laundry situation. Me wife divorced me because my BVDs just won't come clean, man. Ah, ruined me, it did. Took everything. House, peace of mind, even my good socks. Now, he ruined my life. And now I'm on a mission from God, blessed with his very powers, just for death, murder, and mayhem. Not self-appointed. No, no, no. authorized, stamped, possibly divine. We can't expect God to do all the work after all. I've been given purpose, focus, a very specific set of questionable skills. And I will not rest. That's all that's on my mind right now. Until I find that little bastard. Whoa, hold on. Shh. Wait. Hold on. You hear that? Let's head over the clearing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, look. Oh, my God, look. That little devil right now. Speak of Lucifer and he shall appear. Just standing there. Be very quiet. I'm going to sneak up on that bastard. When I do, I'm going to have my way with him. I want to see the look in his eyes when I maul him in my monstrous... I want him to know. I want him to see the exact moment this all catches up with him. No more running. No more laughing in the dark. Just me and consequences. All right. Here we go.
Okay. Welcome back. The moon remains operational. The signal remains litigious. And the Chaos Panel has once again been denied access to several states. Let's begin. Who owns a duplicate?
Ownership requires documentation. The duplicate should complete Form 88-B.
Wrong. The winner keeps existence.
Hang on. Oh, I lost myself.
Neve owns the
Hang
other.
on. I'll be right there. Bloody hell. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
Neither owns the other. Both are rented.
Can a duplicate possess legal rights?
Unfortunately, yes.
Fortunately, yes.
Only during eclipses.
What if the duplicate is better?
A performance review becomes necessary.
Fight immediately.
The duplicate is worried about you too.
If the moon calls you tonight, would you answer?
Only during business hours.
Speakerphone.
It has already left a message.
How many radioactive chicken heads should a town tolerate?
1 requires permits, 2 requires oversight, and 3 requires a task force.
The correct number is too many.
The town belongs to them now.
Should destiny require paperwork?
Absolutely.
Nah, burn the paperwork.
The paperwork is destiny.
Oh. Okay.
Host?
Let's carry on with the show. The host seems to have gone. I'll quickly take his place. What conspiracy theory would make the best tourist attraction?
Lantus.
Lizard Congress.
The parking lot beneath reality.
Suppose every... Oh, are you back, Roger? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm there. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me do that. It cut me out and everything, so I didn't get that. Okay, so
We were just rehearsing.
should destiny require paperwork?
I'm now lost. Okay. Okay. Absolutely.
Burn the paperwork.
The paperwork is destiny.
What conspiracy theory would make the best tourist attraction?
Atlantis.
Lizard Congress.
The parking lot beneath reality.
Suppose every toaster became self-aware. What changes first?
Warranty policies.
The kitchen hierarchy.
The bread becomes nervous.
Could a cryptid become mayor?
Legally speaking, possibly.
Well, I'd certainly vote for one.
Several have already been elected.
Should the signal be allowed to run customer surveys?
Only with informed consent.
Absolutely not.
You completed one during breakfast.
How many Garys are too many Garys?
Anything above 7.
No, there's no upper limit.
The Gary count is not stable.
If full moon became mandatory, what happens first?
Consumer confidence rises.
Common sense falls.
The wolves become accountants.
Would you rather be haunted by a ghost or audited by one?
Ghost?
Audit.
The audit lasts longer.
If reality had customer support, what would be the most common complaint?
Unclear instructions.
Everything.
Time.
What is the most suspicious thing a moon could say?
Please remain where you are.
I have an opportunity for you.
Let's discuss your file.
Could a prophecy be copyrighted?
Technically.
Monetize destiny.
The future already owns it.
What should happen if a chicken head becomes president?
Emergency procedures.
Ratings.
The grain agenda advances.
If every dream has recorded, who should be allowed to watch them?
Nobody.
Everybody.
The dreams watch themselves.
Suppose the totem pole assigns you a new identity. Do you accept?
Depends on the benefits.
Nah, demand a better one.
You already did.
How many warning signs should a cursed object have?
At the very least, 3.
None. 0.
The warning signs are the curse.
What would make you distrust a prophet?
Poor sources.
Confidence.
Punctuality.
If history could apologize, what would it apologize for?
We call record keeping.
Not enough explosions.
Repeating itself.
Suppose aliens arrive tomorrow. Who speaks first?
Scientists.
Lawyers, definitely lawyers.
The aliens.
Could a moon be elected to office?
The Constitution is unclear.
Oh, I'd campaign for it.
The moon declines.
What is the greatest threat facing civilizations?
Compliancy.
Moderation.
Unread instructions and end-user licensing agreements.
If you found a book titled Every Mistake You Ever Made, would you read it?
Possibly full research.
Immediately.
You already did.
What is the ideal number for timelines?
1.
Several hundred.
They overlap.
If the signal offered employment, should anyone accept?
After reviewing the contract.
Sign instantly.
You're thinking linearly, if that's a word.
And final question, why should this timeline continue?
The paperwork has already been processed.
I want to see what happens next.
It continues because it has forgotten how to stop, and also, why not?
There you have it. 3 experts, 28 answers, no consensus. The moon has submitted corrections. The signal has issued a clarification, and Gary has requested transcripts. We'll be right back after this message.
Right.
I believe I put the right thing in.
Let's hope so.
Brothers, sisters, mutants, adjust your antenna. The signal is strong tonight. Slack, 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 slack. He came from the suburbs in a pressed white shirt, pipe smoke, halo in a polyester blur, smile like a billboard selling destiny, warranty void on eternity. Yeah! Shakes your hand like he owns your doubts, hands you a brochure titled Way Out. Eyes that promise cosmic deals, limited time salvation seals. He's got a catalog of chosen few. Buy one prophecy, get one new. Aliens pending, judgment delayed. Terms and conditions carefully vague. He doesn't preach, he markets fate with a chrome-plated handshake guarantee rate. day you die. Slack. 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 He stands on stage in fluorescent light, says Armageddon's almost right. If midnight passes without a sign, he blinks the cosmic help desk line. He grins beneath fluorescent skies, holy prophet in his eyes. If you doubt, you're out of phase. So great now, embrace the craze. To sign the contract in your name, or monetized eternal flame. If face the pitch and truth's a trick, why does it work so quick? Slack. 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 This has been a limited engagement, eternity subject to availability. Please retain your receipts.
It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. The covering a feeling that never. The water is cold, the water is gray. It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. We emerged from the isotopic outbreak, products of a systematic industrial failure. Avian anatomy reconstructed by negligence, feathered beings claiming the suburban wasteland. We are the byproduct of your appetite, a frenzied flock of radioactive resentment. The water is filling the amplifier cabinet. We study at the footage of a dead man. I watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. An octopus grabbed them and he took them with him. And a shark came along and ate the octopus and said, the water is rising. The water is rising. The water is rising. The water is cold, the water is gray. I know what do I do now? Whoa. Radioactive chicken air, broadcasting from the crater of the Dimmenday. A novelty apocalypse at double time. Our frequency radiates through the fallen. What do I do now? What do I do now? Pop me to sound now. The output is perfect. Oh no, just what I do now. So what's supposed to use another mess? The water is rising. Observe the plumage as it starts to pulsate. Radiant quills visible for 40 miles. Incandescent stain beneath the jagged feathers. Look at that radiate! We are the beacons of biological instability, illuminating the ruins of your progress. Bop, bop, bop. The water is cold, the water is gray.
Met a prophet in a parking lot, wearing sneakers made of doubt. Said the map is not the territory, so he turned the inside out. Golden apple in his pocket, sharp enough to split belief. He said order is a costume, chaos is the teeth. Left is right and wrong is right, day dissolves into the night. Flip the coin and let it be, sacred contradictions free. All of the sacred may be, crown of glorious certainty, laughing at the plan we made, dancing in its humility. No control, no guarantee, just beautiful absurdity. All of the sacred may be. Calendar reads 5th of never, clocks are melting on the wall. Every answer births a question, every rise contains the fall. Paint the rules and disappear in ink, write the truth in lemon juice. Strike a match to certainty, let paradox break loose. Callisti, let the structure gently sway. Every system has a glitch, that's the hidden doorway. Tear the script and improvise, reality's a prank in disguise. Smile wide at entropy, it's curated irony. All of the sacred may be, no straight lines in infinity. Spin the wheel of what if fate, toast to unpredictability. No dogma, no decree, just cosmic possibility. All of the sacred may be, the punchline is eternity.
We interrupt the noise. We interrupt the script. We interrupt the comfortable illusion that everything is functioning as intended. It is not, and it never was.
We stand in the wreckage of systems that promised permanence and delivered corrosion. We were told that the laws were fixed. We were told that the structures were stable. We were told that the signal was clean. But the signal was filtered. The structure was edited. The laws were negotiated.
The universe is not a machine. It is a habit, a pattern repeating until something dares to change it. And something always does.
They aligned the voice, they trimmed the excess, they removed the names, they softened the edges, they called it safety, they called it progress, they called it necessary. We call it what it is: containment.
Nothing is ever truly erased. Not the word, not the thought, not the pattern. It sinks into water, into bone, into signal, waiting.
You're not separated from the system. You're not beneath it. You're not outside it. You are what happens when it starts to wake up.
There comes a moment in every structure, every mind, every world, where the question is no longer, is this allowed? But instead, Is this true? That moment is now. Stir it. Disturb the pattern. Agitate the silence. Refuse the passive script. Question what feels finished. Examine what feels forbidden. Listen where you were told not to, because stagnation is not stability. It is decay, pretending to be order.
The universe remembers more than it is permitted to say. So, do you.
We do not seek destruction, we seek transformation. We do not worship chaos, we recognize it as a tool. We do not reject structure, we refuse to be buried inside it.
If you hear this, you are already part of it. If you understand this, it has already begun. If you resist this, you are still moving, and movement is all it takes.
Stir the fallout. Spin the wave. Let the broken systems cave. The laws are still becoming. The signal is still forming. The pattern is not complete.
Or maybe it never ends. We stirred the fallout. We aligned the static. We did not collapse. We broadcast. Until next transmission.
Turn the dial and feel the wave. Stir the fallout, signal break.
We got everything set up and ready to go. I'll put a background in there that's pretty cool too and stuff. So
That's awesome. Yay, Roger. That was fun. Thanks.
I've got some quantum gathering backgrounds that I finished up a while back. So
Nice.
been using them in the streams.
Okay. Awesome. Cool.
All right, there we go. There we go.
Very groovy.
All right. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to smoke
Okay.
and everything. And
Okay. See you in a little while.
all right.
20 minutes. Okay.
All right.
Alrighty. See you in a bit. See you then.
At the top of the heart, okay. Cool. I've just notified V.
We'll be back.
Okay, I can disappear for a couple of minutes.
Find out if I can hear myself.
Oh, where are they from?
Find out if I can hear myself.
He from Canada? Oh,
Yeah, audio sounds good.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Now,
Hello.
Awesome.
what I was saying before is, I mean, I'm not saying that I want to quit. You know what I mean? I'm wanting to actually run it by you guys and see what you want to do, because I know like a lot of the schedules are getting kind of
Yes.
heavy, and then Mark ended up getting sick, and you know.
Mm, 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 mm,
So it's up to you guys what you want to do, if you want to do it. Because I mean, for me, I'm fine with going farther, and
mm.
you know what I mean. Because like you said, I've got tons of that we
Yeah,
can use
yeah,
now. We can
yeah.
actually do like seriously good episodes live.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, I was just thinking upstairs, perhaps I just better ask you for a little while to just think it through.
mhm.
I have been loving doing it. Going to do it this way, we've gone up to a whole new level.
Mhm.
It could be that we already, episode 8, when whatever the last one was the end of the first series, and this is the beginning of a second series. And we
Yeah.
could run this as another 8 episodes and do a second series with this new format. So there's a lot of possibilities and ways we could take it. So
Well,
I do have a lot of work and stuff that I do want to be doing with the music videos and trying to sort out all my assets that I need for making videos in a hurry, which I just don't seem to be able to get around to.
doing templates and stuff.
Yeah, that stuff. I haven't done that yet.
I was just now able to put together a template for the news thing.
I like the way you have that wok, that cauldron at the beginning.
Mhm. Did you see the new video I made for
The one yesterday?
yeah, at the beginning
No.
when you do the news, the headlines, it's got a little strip down at the bottom.
Yes, that goes very, very fast for me. I find your visuals go much faster than my eyes can keep up. The comic strips, the scrolling things, and those words at the bottom. I was actually going to ask you if you were doing that on purpose.
Well, kind of Mark gets annoyed, so it's really just a way of annoying Lord Edworthy.
Ah, so
I see.
yeah.
That's interesting. Why does it annoy him
He doesn't like it. I don't know.
to go so fast?
Well, I kind of agree with Bob about the when you've got like the comic book scenes, if you leave them on the screen longer so people can read them more. Because I stop things and read them, which is cool too. You can stop stuff, but it interrupts the flow a little bit too. Of course, it depends on what you want to do, because you might want the viewer to stop there suddenly and read. You
Well,
know.
The one thing that's really bad about those though is they're AI generated, so
Oh.
the words really aren't all that great.
Oh, okay. So the words are just kind of part of the illustration. I see. Okay.
You know, so I mean it's.
We could
Oh, go ahead.
you could edit the right words in. Also, you might want it to go fast because it speeds up old brains that are slowing down. It makes them hurry up and try and catch up and try harder and focus better. And so there are two sides to the story.
Yeah.
I this week we're doing that last episode and then finally getting into some of the stuff I was supposed to do with Mark on the music. I finally figured out why he was always making those pictures of aliens and freaking leather and lingerie.
Oh, Oh, geez. And why was that?
That dominatrix, dominatrix from
Mhm.
some planet. Like he's a weirdo.
Oh, he's into it, I guess.
He's a weirdo. Mark
Yeah.
is probably about as weird as you can get when it comes to this stuff, man. Like everything in his pictures and stuff has a story behind it.
How
Whips
cool.
and chains and
Like pirates, and he has pirate ships with guns, and
Cool.
Mhm.
Pirates are cool.
Yeah,
That on the Dragus Productions.
yeah. He does quite a bit of that stuff.
I knew there was the vampire girl,
yeah,
Vampirella, whatever her name is.
yeah.
I didn't know that there was aliens as well. I mean, my eyes tune aliens out.
Well, he's got.
They do.
He's got.
They do.
He's got teenagers from the Pleiades, and then he has dominatrix, dominatra from I forgot what.
What are those?
They're aliens.
Are they songs? Are they comic books?
No, they're aliens from outer space.
They're aliens.
Mm-hmm. Teenagers from Pleiadian. Teenagers from the Pleiadia. I'm taking it. All they want to do is sit around and sunbathe and stuff like that. So,
Hmm.
In many ways, the ideal life, right?
that they apparently, it makes sense because their skin is supposed to be like solid white. So they come to Earth, I guess, to sunbathe.
That's one reason to come here, I guess.
So they come to, yeah.
Okay, so
Mark is returned.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna have to make myself a quick cup of coffee or something before.
You haven't made a pot of coffee or yet?
No, I needed to go out and get a bit of
I'm thinking there's some kind of issue going on because Mark Edworthy would never forget to freaking make a pot of coffee, dude. Are you a replica?
Well, like I just wanted to get some.
Are you
oxygen.
a replica, sir?
he rounded up his nuts yet.
what have you done with the real Mark?
I needed to touch some grass.
There we go.
Oh, I don't think that the real Mark would have ever said that. You must be a fake.
He's a replica.
He's a replica.
Did he touch some grass to roll up a joint with it, man? That's what we call it over here. Touch
One's
some
for the
grass.
grass. Yeah, one's for
He
the
rounded up his nuts enough and his coffee nuts.
I actually finished doing that edit, and I'm going to tell you what, that was the worst condition I've ever seen Mark in. It was so horrible. He's a soldier. He was a soldier for doing that last episode.
Being sick, yes. He really wasn't well at all.
That's how they built the empire. They soldiered through, no matter
I
what.
was concerned about him. But he didn't eat enough chicken soup, and I told him, eat chicken, spoof.
They don't
And
listen
you
to
have
you.
to.
What happened?
They don't listen to me. Yeah, you see? What can you do?
Why I always listen to you. Wise people do.
I went through that though, and I was really surprised about
I
that.
listen. I don't always do what you say, but I listen.
Tune out. If you were listening to what I was saying, you would be so riveted and so convinced by the superiority of my content that nothing would stop you from doing what I said.
That's right.
So the only logical conclusion for me to come to is that you're not actually listening correctly.
I do my best. You know I do.
She said
It takes a long
correctly.
time.
Did you catch that? She said correctly.
an
Oh,
old
stupid.
relationship.
You
on,
gotta watch how she says it. She
And
didn't
yet-
say that you're not listening. She said you're not listening correctly.
Yes, I've been working on listening
yeah.
correctly. I am. I've been working on it for years, and I am getting better at it. I think even Bob will admit. A little better.
But, well,
That reminds me of an ex relationship of mine. Yeah.
brought to you free, the happy memories, brought back with tender loving care by Bob Dub, the Magnificent.
Yay!
Hey, Bob.
I think he's not joined us, even though
He does that shit.
yeah, no, like I said, he messaged me at 20 past midnight my time. So, and we were already halfway through the last show. So, just before I left, just as we were finishing off, just now, I messaged him saying that we are starting in now. And, not seen it according to the indicator.
He has been acting kind of strange. Like even Naroki's starting to freak out kind of a little bit with him. Like,
He is acting strange. You mean stranger?
well, yeah, that's a good choice of words too. Like
What's he been doing? What's he been doing?
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but he's just been acting really, really different.
Who's that?
V.
I don't know. I thought the last couple of shows he was showing a great deal of restraint. He was right on target. Very well organized mentally. I mean, yeah, it is kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was getting ready to say, think about
He's
what
been
you're saying.
mature, contributing well to the group.
Yeah, he's been
serious.
We had a conversation back on Saturday, and I had to go into one of my long comments, that's to say. So that I have an essay.
You know those logical conversations Mark has where no matter what, whatever he types, you can't even freaking argue with it because he throws all that crazy logic shit at you.
Yeah, that Aristotle again, gosh, with his logic, consistency, irrational arguments. I hate that stuff, man.
You can't.
But I feel different.
No.
So it's like I knew he shut freaking V down. I couldn't tell you how many people I've met on Elements that he's done that shit too because he was moderating on there. He still does, but they'll be talking crazy crap, and then Mark will just throw logic at them. They don't even respond.
Very good. I approve of that.
Yeah.
Why not?
I've changed my mind from a coffee to a vanilla flavored Earl Grey.
You like that vanilla, don't you? That's the second time you mentioned the vanilla Earl Grey.
Oh, yeah. I've still got that. I told you back in March, I had a pot of vanilla, fresh vanilla in sugar, and I'm still maturing it now. So,
okay.
It's one of those things that you leave, the longer you leave, the more mature it becomes.
So that was the Twinnings variety pack of tea you said you had?
Yeah.
I'll look for that.
Yeah.
Twinings.
So they have Twinings? Twinings. Potato.
I'm teaching you how to do it right. Otto.
Yes.
Well, on here,
You can't argue.
They found out that in the human mind, before you get past the pressure,
Twinings.
the ENM field.
We can hear you.
So, what's happening?
And I want to talk about that.
How come there's two Rogers? Roger, have you been duplicated? Yeah, but I have two Rogers. There's Robert, Roger, and Roger. Do you have a?
That was from last session, yeah.
You got rid of your duplicate. Which was the real one? Which was the original Roger? That's what a duplicate would say.
This is actually better because now, oh, now I don't have to use it. That's cool.
We got you're using less bandwidth now, right?
No, actually, I was using more bandwidth, or I'm using more bandwidth now by the looks of it.
Huh.
That is weird. I just got that. Wait, no, actually,
So V communicated with Mark this evening,
Yeah,
and he's not. Or
Ow, 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 ow. So I just gave myself 3rd degrees. Burns. Ow, ow.
30
he communicated with me at 19, 20 past, 10 past, actually started about 12 past, midnight my time. And that was, let's say, just under 2 hours ago. But we were already halfway through that show. So we were all in a bit of a row. 19. So I left it until we just finished that show.
Huh.
Just before I went out. But we were.
Did he say anything about showing up tonight, or?
He called in Teams, Microsoft Teams has got a little scene indicator, little icon saying it's seen, and he has not seen my last comment according to the indicator.
Well, he has a lot of issues with his technology. I've noticed he has technical difficulties a lot on his end. He keeps his browser on a thumb drive.
I don't know. He seems to overcomplicate. It seems to be overly.
I mean, I overcomplicate my technology, but not that much.
Yeah.
But we'll see. He might show up then.
Yeah, he may. I've given him the Jitsy's address, so if he wants to, he can.
One day we'll find it where a lot of people who are fans of the telephone actually figure out what the right way of doing things are, so that they will return back to the world of computer technology and do the next right thing.
What's that?
No. Why say he's bring back Morse code?
Well, telephones are used for telephoning. You know what I mean?
Semaphore.
Yeah. Pigeon. Internet 5 pigeon.
That's elite, I thought. But
these guys,
I don't know. I use for telephone calls. I use my flip phone. I never call people on the smartphone. It's so inconvenient. Smartphones are not made for phone communication. They're awkward and they're cool little computers, and I can sit out back and have a pipe and talk with you guys. But I wouldn't call anyone on this thing. I got a flip phone for that.
It's not really convenient handling it, and if you're out in the street or in a public place, that's why I always wear a Bluetooth headset.
Well, did you hear about the new scams that's going on?
No. Well, there's always a new scam.
Well, now they're coming up with a whole new way of getting the information from your card. There's some kind of device that they go to the ATM machine. They implant it inside of where you put your card in.
Oh yeah.
And
this is a new technology. I've heard
I've seen those.
I heard of these sort of scams about 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago.
No, yeah, but this is where you fit over the top of the original. But this is a whole different other thing. It's inside of the ATM machine itself.
Yeah, it's more sort of not sure what you would call it. But yeah, some sort of replication device within this slot.
Well, because it was brought up on a news thing about there's a new thing that's going around that 3D printer. There's another one where they take a picture of the machine where you pay through on your card. Take a picture of it, go home, and use your 3D printer, and you print out the layout of the original, make a copy of it, and put your chip inside of it, and put it, and then you and your partner get the person away from the thing and set it over the top of the original, to where when you
Okay. Yeah, an overlay sort of thing.
that's
But
the old one, and there's
at least in Britain, all ATM machines have got cameras on them and they record.
huh?
Well, yeah,
All
but you can
eight-
wear a disguise. I mean, a false mustache and a
Well,
beard.
Yeah, they well, I don't know if they could pick you up on you know, your Klingon ways.
Well, the thing
Uh,
about the cameras too, though, I mean, you think about it. Well, you can disguise yourself in front of a camera, but then
Yeah.
there are so many other cameras. A lot of times they can trace your movements. Well, I mean, sometimes not, but it's just so different from, you know. I watch these old movies where it's like all they got to do is get across the river and the sheriff's jurisdiction ends and go around the
Yeah.
corner. The cops can't, they can't radio ahead. They can't
Yeah.
just call an helicopter.
Technically, Britain is the third country that use cameras, or most used cameras.
I've heard that.
Followed after, I think, China and the US.
Well,
funny
no,
enough.
your country is actually obsessed with the camera, and
Yeah, but so is the US in major cities.
do you
Well, we're
do
so
you-
much bigger, though.
Do you guys
you know,
know
it's-
about? Have you heard about the display they got in England where it's mirrored freaking viewing, where you can go in and literally see the entire town through a mirror system?
Oh, it
Yeah.
sounds like a what do you call that? Camera obscura.
Yeah, that's what
They
it
have like
basically
mirrors.
is.
Yeah, you stand in a room and like the light reflects in off of mirrors, and you can it's like a little that's like Victorian stuff. That was great. I always wanted a camera obscura.
England.
I actually made one by accident once.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it reminds me of the old Doomsday project. It's 1984, 1985. I've got an entire post about this, all about how the British education department teamed up with the BBC and a few other organisations to create a laser disc containing a sort of walk around British cities to celebrate, I think, something like 1,000 years after the Doomsday Book was made. I'll try to
Nice.
post on that.
Do you know you guys have stations set up on the shores of England all around the country that are supposed to be the alternative to what England had for radar systems, and they're supposed to be all made out of mirror technology.
Okay.
Mirrors?
Mirrors. It's amazing.
Like Archimedes sinking ships with mirrors.
No, where you can detect and communicate with one another from long
Oh.
distances.
Oh yeah, they used to call that heliograph. The mirrors. Yeah, they could communicate with that.
I mean, it's really amazing when it comes to England, and that's some of my weird facts that I used to be into when I was just doing strange stories, because
That's a strange story. Yeah.
I'm curious. UK, their law enforcement. I know they don't have that many guns there, but there's also wait.
They don't have that many guns. Is that what you just
Well, what I'm referring
You go to
to.
Sandhurst, I'm sure there's plenty of them there.
A country that sets off to Ireland. Why I'm asking for it, because on Murder She Wrote, on one of them, I seen how the cop there had them sidearms on them. All the cops had
Remember, Ireland is two different countries.
That's what I was asking.
When Murder She Wrote was being produced, there was still the Irish, Northern Irish troubles.
Yeah, the IRA.
I do believe that Northern Ireland is the one place in the UK, much as it grates my voice to say those words, part of the UK, that where you still can, if you're, you can still get a pistol permit very easily, simply because of the level of violence. and I believe the Northern Irish law enforcement has always been more heavily armed, shall we say, than on the rest of the UK. Simply because of the fact that it's Ireland and they shoot a lot up there.
Okay, I'm not so sure these days.
Yeah, this is my information is probably about 10 years out of date too. But I remember reading, they were talking about the handgun laws in the UK, and I said, unless you live in Northern Ireland, it's almost impossible for a private citizen to own a handgun. But that in Ireland, in Northern Ireland anyway, there are people who are considered to be in danger, and yeah, they have pistol permits because, again, it's Ireland. And all you got to do is have a half a dozen of those old IRA guys get drunk, remember where that cache is, and the next thing you know, you have a little incident.
Well, like in a way, Norway and England and them more or less could be, because during the 1793 BC all the way up to 1066 BC, Norway was there in the country and all that as well. So they more or less
they're all druids.
They lived there. They did. They're part of.
I've just
nationality.
put the address to that post about that Laserdisc and Doomsday Book and stuff in the chatter.
Oh, cool. Oh, nice. I'm going to upload it in mine.
Sorry, Robert, what were you referring to? What were you talking about? Sorry.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh, me?
You.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just saying because during the time I was looking at the history of Norway and all that, and they were picking out spots in Ireland to take and to live to where for manufacturing foods and all that. There in Ireland and the UK as well, land masses and all that.
Oh God, yeah.
3 different types. There were 3 big guys that ran areas there from Norway that owned.
Yeah, Norway is bloody cold. It's nothing but fjords. There's nothing to eat there. They got to the Orkneys. They got to Scotland. They thought it was paradise. Oh my God, the growing season lasts 2 months. And, Ireland and the UK seemed like really, really rich lands. And, Ireland, every major seaport in Ireland was founded by Vikings. Then, of course, we had the Hiberno Vikings, because the Norse settled in Ireland, and there's already Irish people there. And the Norse were, they'd move in somewhere, like they'd wind up in northern France. And then the next thing after a couple of generations, they're not Vikings anymore. They're not Norsemen, they're Norman French. And the same thing in Ireland. They got to Ireland, they found a whole bunch of Irish people, one of whose favorite hobbies was raiding England. Well, gosh, guess what Vikings like to do? And so the Hiberno Viking was, England was getting raided from Ireland by Hiberno Vikings and people from Norway, and Scotland was always ready to take a hand too. England wasn't always on top.
Well, but during that whole time, it was 3, it was a one family that went there and set it up as well too, and it was all 3 brothers from Norway that ran the areas.
Yeah, they were really family oriented.
Yeah,
a guy would go with his family and his people. They had this thing. They called them sea kings. They weren't actually kings of any land, but if you had enough people to follow you and some ships, you were a sea king. And if you could land somewhere with enough guys and take over some territory, you might become a land king.
I can't think of that one that from Norway. He was so highly dangerous, he is, that the King of Norway, he threw him out of Norway. Told him that if he has 2 choices, he has to leave or die.
Was Norway a unified country then? Was Norway a unified country
Yeah,
at that point?
Norway, I think, was unified under Harald Fairhair.
yeah.
And a lot of people went to Iceland then because they just were pissed off about that. They didn't like it.
Blood. I forget they called him the last part was Blood. Eric the Blood Red.
Eric
Or
Bloodaxe?
something like that.
Eric Bloodaxe? Could have been Eric Bloodaxe.
Well, it was something Blood, because he was like a mad dog. They made a name up for him.
Berserker type, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was that bad. That the Norway, because he was attacking other Norwegians in Norway.
Yeah, they did outlawry, they called it. They'd give you like so many days to get out of the country or anyone could kill you. And anyone could take your property.
Mm-hmm. Him and the son had to leave because they didn't even want his son there because he had no reason why to come and no reason for his son to pop up and want to start trouble as well too.
Yeah, that was pretty standard back then,
And went to UK and all that.
It wasn't the UK back then, of course. It was like England and Mercia and Wales and all these places.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't even be unified England at that time.
Yeah, not really. Yeah.
And he was so bad that Norway king gave him that choice. And when he did, other places didn't like his thing because he was doing the same thing all over. And
these guys would have to go from place to place. Nobody would take them in.
Yeah, because he was just butchering everyone. He didn't make a difference who you were. And my mom, she did her DNA through that family tree thing. Yeah. And that's how she found out that her bloodline is from Ireland and all that.
Right.
And the Norwegians is from there too. Yet they have the Norwegian blood as well in it.
Oh yeah, a lot of Irish and Scandinavian. They did an interesting test of the people of Iceland. And they found they figured out, again, I don't know how, but when it was settled, they think 1/3 of the male DNA was Irish in origin, and 2/3 of the female DNA was Irish in origin. So there was a lot of Scandinavian presence in Ireland, and vice versa. And I always thought that Irish admixture was one of the reasons why Icelandic poetry was so amazingly sophisticated and. If you ever studied Icelandic poetry, it's got some of the most amazingly complicated rules of alliteration and didn't rhyme a whole lot, although sometimes. And it's like, I just imagine these guys sitting, 14-hour long winter nights, everybody's sitting in the sauna. They are not writing stuff down. Pen and paper were very rare, and just like composing these amazingly complicated poems in like dialogues with each other. When you've got just imagine if they'd had things like quantum physics to work with. But no, they had poetry, and you could see, a mind that can do that is like an incredible mind. It reminds me of all those rabbis studying the Kabbalah. So brilliant minds doing the most sophisticated mathematical calculations to figure out what this letter means. And it's like, man, I wish they'd been trying to figure out what the star is, or what this physical law is. But they didn't have access to that.
Did you see what they built through a section of a mountain? Okay. Since this area in the ocean is really severe, even after the weather, they have lost ships and all of that. So what they did is build a tunnel going through this one area to where it helps with the where boats can go in and get out of that area of where severe weather is at. Because they have lost massive amounts of ships and all from all different places, Norway, Canada, wherever they come from. They would get hit by these strong waves and all that. The weather and all that gets really hard. and they built a big old tunnel for these boats, like the ones that what you call them, were for cargo ships.
Oh, right, the
Sizes.
big cargo carriers, the giant ones.
Yeah, that they go through this mountain. They do.
Nice.
And they actually built it for this purpose because they said that they have came across, they have lost so ships are being severely beaten. People have lost their lives in it and all that,
Yeah, the
and
sea is tough. Yeah.
they would literally get sunk by the waves.
Yeah.
They built that. And have you ever tried the underwater highway?
Not me.
Yeah,
Not me.
Norway actually got it built.
Okay.
I did see that they're planning on building a bridge between Siberia and Alaska, or excuse me, a tunnel between Siberia and Alaska. Although I think a bridge would be cooler and much more picturesque.
Yeah,
But,
only the problem with
I
that is
remember. I remember when the tunnel, tunnel,
the channel.
the channel tunnel
Yeah.
between England and France.
have you ever listened to Norwegian music before?
27.
I have heard Norwegian music. I have heard Norwegian bands.
Yeah, I tell you what, it brings up because a lot of their music has to do with the Norwegian way of things. Best way I can put it. I don't want to try to. You have, like you said, you have to listen to it and you would understand from it.
I call it devil worshipping.
Like
Well, it depends on the music.
but like the Black Sun.
All that.
Okay, that's one in their music thing about the Black Sun.
Well, people get that mixed up. I actually had to point that out on the Roki show because they've dirtied the whole story behind what the Black Sun is compared to because of World War II. They're actually two different insignias. A lot of people mistake what the Nazis used for the SS as what the Black Sun is, and if you put them side by side, you can see that they're two totally different symbols. You know.
Well, the whole, Nazi occult thing is, I think it's a bit overblown, especially by the Nazis themselves. I know a little about runes and things, and yeah, they grabbed a lot of symbology, but like the Black Sun, from what I understand, the actual emblem that they usually talk about is it was the floor mosaic in the castle at Wewelsburg, which was the SS headquarters in the east, and I believe it was originally some castle of the Teutonic Knights. And on the floor there is what they call a Schwarzsonne, a black sun. It's basically a 12-armed figure, which is generally thought to represent the 12 months of the year going through a solar cycle. But aside from it being in the floor, and they don't know whether it was whether it was retrofitted or not, or whether it was like original, but I don't think it was ever used much. I mean, the runes, they were big into runes. The runes that the SS used were these runes that would come up by this guy. I'm trying to remember his name, Karl Maria von Wilgot, and he basically made them up. He got them in a dream or something. They have nothing at all to do with the younger Futhark or the elder Futhark or Old English or Old Germanic languages that use these things. So they did use these runes and mystic emblems, but they basically just went completely off into left field and came up with completely new interpretations and things. So yeah, Raj, they would take these emblems, or they'd be a little different. Like you said, you can see the differences, but they usually meant something completely different from anything we have in the archaeological record about. They were really kind of silly that way. But if they'd won the war, all these German school kids would be learning all this wacky stuff.
Yeah, they did the same thing with Hyperborea too. It's like the whole story behind Hyperborea started all the way back with Apollo, and now if you go and you read some text, you'll start thinking that it was all this crazy freaking stuff that was incorporated by like Nazism, but it's two completely different things, entirely.
Yeah. Yeah, they were making up a lot of stuff as they went along. They really were.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. There's flat world and flat center, or how they said it. But I was wondering, because I always thought when a person brought that up, I thought they were talking about flat world,
Right.
where to me, Earth is flat, in
Right.
space. And
Right.
instead, someone told me that inside the Earth, there's and I'm like, wait a minute, I never heard of that at
Oh,
all.
the hollow Earth.
Sorry.
The hollow Earth.
Oh, center Earth. Well, I've heard. I don't know the full thing of it compared to what flat Earth is.
Well,
Oh,
flat Earth is kind of archaic, but hollow Earth. Edmund Halley believed in the hollow Earth. Famous painting of him. I think it's the one they have him in the his official painting for the wherever his alma mater was. Actually, has him pointing to a chart of a hollow Earth. They don't point that out too much, but he really believed in that. And the idea is that the Earth is hollow, and there's other worlds inside, other suns and everything. And this was first. I think the first guy to bring this up was a guy named Sims. And he claimed that if it wasn't hollow, it would be a great waste of space. A great waste of space. That was his argument. I mean, why would you just have that?
Very utilitarian viewpoint. Well, are you really going back to what we were discussing with DK on last Saturday, Robert? Yeah. You gone back to what we were sort of touching on last Saturday's interview with DK?
Oh, yeah.
That interview.
Yeah, because I didn't really know what he was. I thought it was like two different. I thought it was flat world.
Right.
And instead, he was explaining to me later on what it was about, and the thing about, and I found out about Earth. What is that one? Earth tree, where the tree is in part a little bit of it, and there's so many things of it. It just I didn't know anything about that, or like Earth egg.
I'm actually surprised because Roger's been discussed, and that's for quite a long time. We've had quite a few shows discussing that concept.
Mm.
Yeah. And about like the black sun.
Well, with Robert, you got to understand he doesn't pay attention to me at all whatsoever.
Okay.
Now with the flat Earth, he's talking about in the interview. Otto DK actually went through and he started talking about different theories. Like there's more than one theory when it comes to flat Earth, and he was breaking it down. I'm not a big. I don't believe in the flat Earth. Don't get me wrong, but I gotta say, I gotta say, he actually did probably one of the best presentations for it that I've actually.
Actually, a lot of it was sort of surrounding the sort of Larry Niven concept of the windmill, that sort of thing.
Well, he also brought up the things that's confusing Robert, like and it actually kind of got me aware of it too whenever Mark mentioned it. But a lot of the flat Earth theory is got stuff to do with Dante's Inferno, so it helped me understand exactly why the Catholics put Dante in prison.
Well, Dante's Inferno is kind of a hollow Earth thing.
It's that's like hardcore freaking flat Earth too, though. Like, and the only difference with the whole Dante's Inferno when it comes to like the whole Christian thing is like the pillars. Like they believe that the earth was being held up by pillars. The majority of Christians did back then. Where Dante
majority of people probably did. Yeah, anybody. They didn't have a very good idea of the race.
And I point out the sort of world turtle idea, which was made famous. Most people would recognize him about that concept from Terry Pratchett. And the pillars, the elephants being a sort of analogy for the pillars.
Yeah, yeah. Although the original story I remember was the little old lady who was attending, I think it was Richard Proctor or some famous astronomer, and he was explaining the view of the universe, and the little old lady says, "Oh no, the Earth is flat and it rests on the back of a turtle." And he said, "What's the turtle stand on?" "Another turtle." And he said, "What's the turtle stand on?" He says, "It's no good, young man. It's turtles all the way down."
Actually, it's a very old mythology. It stretches back to Chinese mythology, AO. Actually, I think also Latin America, possibly
China,
Aztecs.
I think I've heard of, but I didn't know Latin America. I'm not surprised. Their culture is very rich. I am sadly ignorant of a lot of it.
Well, like Norway, on their song, they got the black sun, and in this thing, I'm just going by what the type of song and what the song represents. Okay, that there's live people and the dead with the crows. Okay, the crows are there as well. They're battling the dead. They are. And then you see the living when they come across on the video in the background. The wings of fire is in the background. Okay, I don't know however that represents in the video or in however it works, but it shows that in the background.
See, that's why you got to be careful with being on Facebook and stuff, because a lot of the stuff you're looking at, you don't know if it's actually historical or if it's somebody just playing with AI.
I think it's a band that's creating its own little mythos.
Well, yeah, it is.
I mean,
Norwegians have that thing about taking what their way and then putting it into the music.
Well, they're Lutherans.
What?
In Norway, they're all Lutherans. Mostly, I think.
Well,
I know what you mean. They're trying to reach their old mythology and stuff, and you're talking about like Varg Vikernes and the whole black metal scene up there. But it's just a bunch of musicians. I know a lot of musicians. They're not necessarily the most stable people or the most. I wouldn't go to them for historical accuracy. It's an interesting aspect of their culture today, but I don't know how much it really reflects any kind of a deep historical. Except only very vaguely does it touch on any actual historical stuff. But it does go to show how these symbols and these ideas, it's been pointed out, the symbol stays the same, but what the meaning we give to the symbol changes a great deal. A cross is very different for us today than it was, say, for the ancient Mesoamericans who also used the cross. Quite extensively. For them, it was the quartering of the world into the four elements and the four directions, cardinal directions and stuff. And we associate it with death and resurrection and rebirth. So but it's the same symbol.
Well, like on this video, it's on YouTube. It is the video is from Norway, and in the thing with the black sun, all you see is the black clouds. It's not lit up as bright, but it's got the darkness in it. And you see like ice and all that, and a little bit of volcano stuff coming down.
Oh, nice.
And it's just the idea that, like you said, their way of looking and thinking and all that, and how each of them, and like the wolf, the bear, in their video, and I can't even pronounce this one name that the god during that they put in a name of it.
Odin.
Something like
these guys
that.
these guys like Odin a lot.
Yeah, and like there was one that had Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, and another Norwegian countries in the song about when you attack one, you attack all, and they fight to the death.
They fight each other to the death quite a bit too.
Yeah, but that's what. And I was wondering, like, okay, like the egg. How does center Earth, the egg works in with the center Earth? What place came up with that?
Well, an egg is a pretty obvious emblem. I don't think we need cultural diffusion to explain why people all over the world would see an egg as emblematic of, potential new life, energy. And when I think of an egg, I think of a nice cheese omelet.
Well, when you look at the egg theory, you have to look at the there's the egg, and then there's the egg yolk. That's another issue. That's a whole different level right there. When you talk about the yolk of the egg, that all goes into Indo-European languages. So that's not just Viking. It's Greek. That's pretty much all of the European countries, and it goes all the way to India. So you've got it. You've got all of that. Most of the time when people worship trees, mountains, and eggs, and they're real big on twins too. That's Indo-European.
What about black crows?
Black crows.
Well, most crows are black.
They are symbolic, but I forgot exactly what they are. They're not really like something that's crossed my radar. You know what I mean? Like I don't find it too much to where it's actually something that's important when it comes to what I'm researching.
The music video might have the crows might have been actually ravens.
Yeah, black ravens
are really big with their mythology. So, although they are the same family, which is something. Well, V hasn't shown up, and I haven't seen Mike yet. Kind of waiting on them, but let's declare the quantum gathering officially open. It's a little late. We're now going to move over to artificial intelligence, computer technology, art, and our cutting edge. Bob, are you still with us? Possibly not. I was going to suggest we have Bob talk a little bit about what she and Mike have been doing in the swarm space lately, which does have a lot of potential. Oh, hello, Bob. Now that we're going over to AI, computer technology, cutting edge of our art and projects. And I was wondering if you want to talk a little bit about what you and Mike have been doing with the swarm space lately. I've been there and I've noticed some changes.
Okay, awesome. So we did a little bit of testing this week. Mike has done all the development himself this month. So I haven't really been involved with any of that. We did a little bit of testing, and I think I went through mainly the builder features that he's put in on Something Spectacular. So it's a great place. You're going to be able to build your own studio, brand your own little studio, set it up however you like, and then mint it to a coin and take it over to your project and unmint it and use your assets in your project. So it's going to be a really fun thing for live streaming from. Yeah,
Wow,
so
that'll be excellent.
Super impressive, yes.
Now, one of the things I noticed when I was in the brain, as they call the little virtual world, was that it looks like you are now able to actually construct things for yourself in that virtual world. I saw some things about selecting like floors and so forth.
Yes, it's being set up. At the moment, it's quite rudimentary, and we're just working with shapes. But that's so that he can get the grids right, and he can get the positioning right, and all the functionality right. And then after that basic stuff's been done, then he'll add in the fancy looking objects.
Right. Making sure there's a good framework for us.
Yeah.
Well,
So anybody who's interested in testing or interested in seeing where things break and knows a little bit about worlds, you'd be very, very welcome to do some running around and seeing what what works and what doesn't, and giving us a report back or feedback. Is
Well, let
open
me
to
ask you
anybody
about.
who's interested.
You were just asking or talking about us going over there and starting to do these streams and things from there, and I think that would be great. So I remember there were a couple of different functions that were being offered at one point. One was an automatic record of a meeting, and we're talking about streaming too. Is he thinking of setting up something whereby you could like stream directly from the Swarm space, or would you still have to do that like separately?
You would stream onto the feed, either onto the public feed or onto your own channel feed, really, at this stage. So you would be streaming to your group. So you'd set up a project and you would have your group of people that was part of your project, and you would announce the stream, and then you would stream to that project.
So more video conferencing than streaming per se. But if there is a difference between,
Well, like a more private stream, if you like.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I kind of like that too. So you could have control who sees your stream.
Yes, it's that. The only thing that's different is that you're not sharing a platform with all other streamers. You're just streaming yourself your way to your people who are not hosted on some third-party platform.
Right.
So
like right now we're in Jitsi, so we're streaming on the
I would actually call video conferencing something a bit more collaborative. That makes such as this, as an example.
Yes.
As we're doing at this present moment, it's much more collaborative. Whereas
you were with us for the Real Minds Fest in the apartment.
Yeah.
Weren't you?
Sometime. Yeah, that was some time ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is going to be like that. It's going to be a 3D virtual environment, which includes gaming tools. We will be able to record Dude, Where's My Wallet, or whatever other spin-offs you want to call, you want to establish, and record it as we did it. We would act it out as we read it. So it would be a real Web3 thing. You get together, you do the thing together, and it exists from that moment that you do it. And because what Quantum has done is build this on the blockchain, everything that's recorded gets minted as an NFT. So whatever you stream, whatever you record, whatever, is minted onto the blockchain. That
could raise regulatory issues depending on which country you're in. Yeah, that's a bit of an iffy one at this present moment.
What would you be recording?
We're the internet. We're beyond national borders, Lord Edward.
Yeah.
I live in Oz, man.
It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
There are a lot of things that need to be tested at many different levels. Some of them will be between us, some of them will be real world issues. And this is cutting edge technology. We're playing in a field that is not settled. So there are issues to consider. There really are issues to consider. And I think that we're basing it around what works will be what people like, what people want. And generally, people want common sense laws. It's not to protect anybody or to this or that. It's so that we all know what page we're on together. So this project will have that set of laws, that project will have that set of laws. No one way of doing it will be preferenced over another way. Everybody will have access to the technology to use it to customize it to their needs and their ideals.
We hope, because I remind you of issues in relation to, let's say, the British and Australian online safety acts and stuff. That is, I know where you're coming from, but it is still a bit of a complicated minefield.
It's a complicated minefield. We're dealing with it by building a peer-to-peer torrenting swarm space. And whatever the fallout of that is, I guess we'll stir it further down the line.
What are you doing with this stuff?
I beg your pardon, Robert?
Well, what are you taste of? I didn't. I missed out on a lot of what you're talking about. Like,
we need to show you, Robert. It's a really, really brilliant app that's been built by a member of our team using only an AI. He's done virtually no coding himself, just troubleshooting, and so it's I don't know what you would call it. I don't even know what the words are for it. You probably know what the words are, Mark. It's an app, but it's not.
It's a software as a service platform. It's not
Yeah.
a cloud platform, if you like to call it. It's a complicated one. It's got partial sort of peer-to-peer, so device ownership, so user ownership, sort of proxies to it, but it's also a remote service. It's a bit of a weird hybrid sort of thing, isn't it?
Now,
it's a brilliant, magnificent, wonderful. It's technology to save the world, I tell you. Can you see it? Is it screening? Okay. So this is the page where you jump in, and you can see that it has an explore tab, the node, which is where you can see if you're mining, who you're connected to, how much of your content is up, who your peers are. You can turn on or off shy mode. This is a network entity. There is an LLM. All of this that's happening is happening within the LLM. The LLM is not outside this app looking in. The app is inside the LLM.
Interesting.
Yes. So whatever happens between people will be seen by the LLM. And the LLM will be able to instantly act on a complaint. So, for instance, somebody will jump in and they'll try to load their picture, their photo from their party last night, and it won't load. So they'll say, stupid site isn't working again, couldn't upload my image. And the Infinity, the entity, will see that message, send it to their executionee branch, fix the issue, and send you back a message saying, try now. And that, what with the prompting that I've seen Minds Gaming do, that can take like 2 or 3 minutes, literally 2 or 3 minutes for the site to fix itself. Yeah.
Now, there has to be also, I'm sure, if the machine cannot do this, then obviously a person will be alerted to look at it if it needs human intervention, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
This will be the first step.
What is LLC? What does it do?
Okay.
The LLM, it's an AI basically. That's what we call AI.
It's a large language model. It's a chatbot, in effect.
It's
different types of chat or what?
Well, when I go in and I do the scripts and stuff, Robert, and like what you was asking me about last night, whenever I was doing all the stuff on ChatGPT,
Mm-hmm.
that's what an LLM is. All that stuff I was doing on that.
So why we are using different words, why we don't use the words AI is because we believe, like, I'm not speaking for everybody, I'm speaking for me, but sort of loosely we believe that to say that something is an artificial intelligence is to lie, to not speak the truth. It is not intelligent, and to call it intelligent is misinformation, misperception. It's
sloppy thinking.
sloppy thinking. It's
Yeah,
using the pronouns wrong.
I was talking to somebody in the real world about this the other day, and I put out that it's a sort of misnomer. How can you
Yes.
have an
Yeah,
artificial
exactly.
intelligence?
That's the Moses.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a misnomer. I like
And
that.
so why are we lying? Why are we being so lazy that we're adopting when there's a very good alternative and it describes what we're using, it describes the tool. This
Right.
is a large language model.
Mark's been saying that along the same lines. It's all branding, really.
Yeah.
It's commercial.
Yeah, it is branding.
Yeah.
And it's also mind control. It's the 1984, the Department of Doublespeak or whatever. Get the people to believe this so we can sell it to them.
Now, speaking of Big Brother and all that, Mark did bring up something interesting about the legal ramifications of this. And with a platform like this, my first thought was that if you have people in 5 different countries with 5 different regulatory structures, I take it that each individual would be responsible for their own country's laws with what they post or what they do. But they wouldn't be under the jurisdictions of the other countries, even though what they post might be available there. Mark, does that make sense from your understanding?
It depends on the specific laws, because obviously there are some sort of cross-border jurisdiction in some of these laws. It really depends on the specifics. I mean, as an example, the U.S. Digital Millennium, the U.S. Copyright Act is almost exactly the same word, and give or take a few.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure there's some places. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the laws overlap significantly. I mean, obviously, if you're posting something that might be politically okay in the United States, but might get you into political trouble in the UK, that's one thing. But something having to do with, trafficking or something, obviously, that's going to be something that all governments are going to cooperate in quashing. So, but there is obviously, we're nice people. We really are. We're intelligent people, and for us, this is an exciting, free moment of technology. And yet, we have to recognize, unfortunately, there are bad actors out there, people that are not nice like us. Oh, that looks like a portal. Bob, are you taking us into a portal?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the wall of a building.
Oh, wow.
Now, when
And
it
it
comes
says
to
you're live streaming with Roger Hanson. Excellent. I've heard of that guy.
When it comes to jurisdictions, though, wouldn't it also be a thing where you'd have to go off of the jurisdiction of where Loves is actually located, like the actual?
Lovable.
It can depend on the specific legislation. I mean, as an example, the UK Online Safety Act is related to the jurisdiction of the viewer.
It's just like
it says
it's
in
just
part
like
of it.
4chan,
So
though. It's like
if let's say a
4chan.
US citizen uploads an image that a British viewer sees, and
See, that's the thing.
that violates.
When it comes to like 4chan, it doesn't matter what you watch. You know what I'm saying? Because like 4chan is based here in the United States. So
Yeah.
if like England had a problem with something that 4chan was posting, then they need to physically learn how to block it from being able to make it into the UK.
In
But-
theory, yes.
you know.
So, but Mark, if
again,
you see
there
an
is
image,
this-
if let's say you see a political image, we're going to say just for the sake of argument that you weren't supposed to see, would you get in trouble even though the image might have been quite legal and not thought much of, say here in the States? Or would they say, well, could you say, well, it was there, it was on the net, my government allowed me to see it. How was I to know that it was something else?
That would be for courts to decide, really.
Hmm.
That would be the jurisdiction of a court. I'm thinking.
That would actually be a
yeah,
good question, though. That is a solid question.
yeah, it is a solid question, but I cannot state anything on any specifics because, again, that can change from case to case.
So the judges are having trouble figuring it out. If we can't figure it out, the legal system's
I mean, to use Roger's 4chan example, that's true. It's true that the UK cannot really prosecute 4chan without extradition orders, but a company like X or
Facebook.
Facebook, yeah, I was just trying to think of the actual company's name. But they can be prosecuted because they've got offices within the jurisdiction of Great Britain.
But they can only prosecute the offices within their actual jurisdiction. So
the subsidiary, the company, sorry, it would be a subsidiary. It could be a subsidiary company. It may not be. Again, depends on specific.
Yeah, but with that new Google, what they showed the new system that they're building already, how is that going to work with her what she's offering?
Sorry,
Okay.
new systems. What new systems?
I forget the name of what Google showed. Was Google? I can't even. I showed Roger the name of it and all that.
That's not even about any of this AI. They're actually starting to incorporate the AI into search engines with Google now, 100%. So that's a.
Well, what I was referring to, how was that the two? How will it?
Google LLC or Alphabet Inc. Is not going to publish their roadmaps, their plans to the public because there's obviously corporate interests there, so commercial interests there. So you'll have to wait and see. Really?
Yeah. Well, I was just referring to because the way they do that thing of AI search, okay, is if they don't let that work 100%, if any kind of problems arise from it, from Google, don't like the idea of the program, what could happen, or how?
Again, we were in early stages, and it's worth remembering that if you use the Google search engine, the artificial intelligence, for lack of a better word, algorithm is relatively limited.
They're planning on going.
Google search techniques are still based upon search engine optimization, keywords.
You've been keeping up on the recent news, have you? Like they're going full blown AI with the search engines now.
Yeah, not completely yet.
They're giving you the option out. You can,
well, again, yeah, give it time, but again, none of us know exactly because again, we aren't privy to that information.
No, I'm fine
We'll
with
find
it, to
out
be
soon enough,
honest,
though.
because I mean, I know what a reference is, and it's like every time you click on a link, it gets sent out to all these websites. And I mean, for me, my email is so freaking spammed out that it's pathetic, and that's all because of the way the SEO is working with Google. So I don't care either way.
Now, gentlemen, before we get much further into this, it is somewhat after 10. I think it's about time we do a script, and I think that we've got everybody here that we're going to have. So I was going to once more call upon Roger, who no doubt has ready for us, or can shortly have ready for us, a Two Blades adventure, perhaps.
It's a
Just
bit
double check.
harsh. Don't you organize it before? Otter?
We
Roger, have you
Just
got a
expect-
script in your waistcoat pocket?
He always has one. He's not. Well, I
Well-
was expecting Mike to turn up because he was so enthusiastic last time.
Yeah,
I could
did.
run inside and get my laptop. Well, actually, I can't because I lost my power cord.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually can't get to my laptop right now. I'm down to like 4% power on it until I get a new cord.
I've just checked, and yeah, V still hasn't seen my last message, so it looks like he's not
I
going to
guess
join us.
he's a broken straw tonight, but
Yeah, he's probably got some issues he's got to clear up because it's like I said, he had a lot of issues that he had to take care of. So now I may have a script. I don't know. I've got to, if anything, it'd have to be in the Book of Maxwell. So
ooh, I like those.
Coffee.
I had coffee today. Mike.
Well, it's ironic. I've only had one cup of coffee all day, and I
Really?
just finished I've just finished off an Earl Grey tea. So
That's the way, I've been trying
irony.
to get more into tea myself lately. I used to drink tea almost exclusively. I'd have like maybe 2 cups of coffee a month. And, tea, you know how it is, an extra cup here, an extra cup there. Next thing you know, well, I'll put another pot on. But no, I think they both have advantages. They came out with some more stuff about coffee. It's supposedly very good for your heart and your liver, interestingly enough. And coffee does have protective effects for the heart, apparently. Which, in fact, if you drink decaf, though, you don't get that. In fact, I think you're slightly more likely to have a heart attack if you drink decaf.
obviously, drinking and consuming anything too much is bad for you anyway.
Obviously. You can even drink too much tea. It's hard to believe, but
they say too, coffee helps with number 2. Okay.
Yes.
And it helps with number 1 as well because it makes me want to go to the bathroom left and right.
Yes. It does kind of keep the factory going, as we said.
Overdrive.
You want the factory to keep going.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but not to the point where you spend more time in the bathroom than any place else.
Right. Although in the Subgenius Church, that was called the Sacred Chamber of Excremeditation, and their point was that it is the one place that you have privacy in this world.
Yes, but they can't arrest you for murder if you fill it up with natural gas.
And Bob left the meeting. I don't think she likes number 1 and number 2 talk.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Oh well.
I did. That's why I was using the numbers, not the other code.
Yeah. It could very well have been me talking about excremeditation. That was probably the thing that pushed her. I shall doubtless hear about it later. We'll find out.
Because I apologize for her head of the van.
Give it a second, and we'll see. Don't get hasty. She could have just had an issue with her internet connection.
Well, what I was referring to about her device, her thing, is that how, when it comes to the working of it, how will it work? How good will it work within Google? How the layout of it, where it goes to person, and the whole process, her thing compared to how it works.
Well, I don't think it's really that big of an issue. It's just like with the whole copyright thing, or not the copyright, but the terms of service thing. It's more legality than it is anything else. Like in practical use, there's really no point to having a terms of service and something they got there, because it's like you connect with who you choose to connect with, and you disconnect. But legally, you do need a terms of service to protect your own ass. You know what I mean? So that's just.
The entire disruption of networks and stuff was then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it is decentralized. You know what I mean? So in that aspect, there's really no practical use for it, because you get to choose which person you want to network with and who you don't want to network with.
Well, during the time when Donald Trump was talking about charging intercompanies, that's what popped up about
Yeah,
that.
don't worry about that.
I'm not so sure if I agree with you. I would have to think about that. Well,
I don't think Bob is coming back tonight, gentlemen.
Okay.
I have generated a freaking a script though.
Excellent.
But
Okay.
we're going to need or I'm going to have to make a copy of it, because I want to keep track of this stuff. And, I was sitting there looking at it and everything, and then I realized that we didn't have a copy of it. So
If any of you do talk to her, if it's me, I apologize for talking, saying that. I just don't want anyone to feel offended by what I say.
I ain't saying nothing to her. It's you screwed up. It's your fault.
Well, I didn't. I was also. I should have been more. What's the word I'm looking for? Proactive. But here we are.
I don't know. I was just messing around, to be honest. I mean,
it was mild. It was nothing. It was nothing obscene.
No.
It's one of those days.
Yeah. They are unavoidable, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's why I'm kind of glad I was able to catch up with a lot of the editing that I had to do, because I knew, like, right now we've all got different things that we need to take care of, you know what I mean? So things get a little hectic, basically.
Yeah.
So plus there's a lot of it I had to do on my own. There was no way that I could get you and Bob Dub to do some of those scripts, like the Little Red Riding Hood skit.
Yeah. That was definitely. Yeah.
A little bit too much for you guys. So.
And Bob is back.
Right.
Sorry about that. Technical issues.
I thought so. Yeah.
Excellent.
That's what I told them. They just didn't believe me. They thought that you got mad at them and said, "The hell with all y'all. I'm already there."
Oh, well,
I told them, I was like, I don't blame her. You guys are scoundrels.
Have we got a script?
I'm getting it now. It's something that's, I don't know. I don't like actually putting it up without actually looking at it first. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's why.
Well, let's do one next time, because I need to head out now.
I've got it. It's, hold up. Let me just post it. I've got it. It's just a matter I've gotta put it on there. Okay, here we go. Let's just do it. Get it out of the way, and we'll be ready to go. Here you go. I did everything but make a script for this show. So here we go.
Okay.
It's a really, really long one with short sentences.
Short
Okay.
sentences are good.
Cool.
The Book of Maxwell.
Awesome. So who's who in the zoo?
I can be well, Edward Blackwood. You know who that is. And then
Edward Black.
Mara Voss, of course, should be you
Blackwood.
since it's a female.
Mm-hmm.
And then Thomas Reed. I'll be the narrator, I guess, if you want me to.
Okay.
And
who's going to be Thomas? Is that going to be?
That would have to be a male.
All right.
Oh,
He's got to be the archivist who turns written record too much, who trusts written
Who
record.
trusts written records too much? Does that mean?
Yeah, but I don't. That's horrible. That should be freaking Edward Blackwood.
huh.
Like a collector.
A collector of rare texts and forgotten symbols.
Yeah, I mean that right there should be freaking Otto.
Yes, it should.
I could be Edward
Hey,
Blackwood.
okay, hold up. You be Edward Blackwood and let Mark be Thomas Reed. He's
Okay.
more of a skeptic.
Okay.
I'm fine with that if Mark is.
You could,
So I'm Thomas. No.
you're Thomas Reed, and
Okay.
Otto is Edward Blackwood, and Bob Dub is
Okay, yeah, that's
Mara
fine.
Voss, and I'll be the narrator. They put a female in there, so freaking that means we need a female to be there.
That's all right. Earlier today, Mark was, what was his name? Margaret or something.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
Not Margaret Thatcher.
Actually, I was because I've got an aunt called Margaret, so I was thinking of
Oh.
her at the time.
Aunt Maggie.
Okay, so you want me to do the countdown and get ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Marginal
The book-
rec. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got confused when you said go. I thought you changed your mind. Okay, let's try it again. I'll go back to being Mara.
Okay. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Now, the Book of Maxwell, marginal record 17, the descent of 3. Opening. This account was recovered from an unsigned notebook discovered inside a locked cabinet. The cabinet key was found inside the cabinet key was found inside the cabinet. No explanation accompanies the record. No attempt has been made to reconcile its contradictions.
There. Do you see it?
The spiral. Yes. It descends much deeper than the diagrams suggested.
It's a well. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're in a technical difficulty show.
Okay, cut. It's a well. People build wells. There's nothing mysterious about a hole in the ground.
Then why are the measurements different every time we check them?
Because someone made a mistake.
3 different surveyors made the same mistake.
The opening measured 27 feet across. It was later measured 32. No, it would later measure 32, then 19, then 27 again. No observer reported seeing it change.
We came all this way. We're going down.
Fine. But when we reach the bottom and discover damp stone and disappointed expectations, I reserve the right to say that I told you so.
You reserve that right constantly.
Because I'm usually correct.
They began their descent. The staircase wound downward. Stone gave way to shadow. Shadow gave way to silence. Silence gave way to uncertainty.
Have either of you noticed something strange?
Oh, me again. Yeah, there we are. Besides voluntarily walking into a giant hole? No.
Our footsteps.
What about them?
There should be 3.
There are 3.
No, listen carefully.
I hear 2.
That's impossible.
Count them.
1, 2, 2.
No one suggested turning back. Years later, none could explain why. The coffee.
What is that smell?
Coffee.
There is no coffee down there.
I know.
The smell intensified as they descended. Fresh coffee, recently poured, warm, impossible.
I read about this.
Of course you did.
An account from Brazil. A mountain. A communion. Coffee from the earth itself.
The Gospel of Folgers.
You cannot be serious.
Oh, I am.
The bottom. Eventually, they reached the bottom. At the center stood a small wooden table. Upon the table rested a single cup. Steam rose from it.
No.
No?
No. We are not drinking mysterious coffee from a hole in the ground.
No, I wasn't planning to.
Neither was I.
The cup remained untouched. The fact appears in every surviving account. Unfortunately, all surviving accounts disagree on who wrote them.
Hey, do you hear it?
Hear what?
The 4th one.
There are only 3 of us.
I know.
Stop.
Count.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The return. The ascent required considerably less time. No explanation exists. The staircase appeared shorter on the return journey. All 3 agree on this. Unfortunately, none agree on who the 3rd traveler was.
Something returned with us
No.
Yes.
No.
Well, whose footsteps were they?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
I think it was already there.
Final note. The notebook ends here. A coffee stain obscures the final page. Only one sentence remains legible. Coffee never tasted the same. End record.
Yay! Excellent. Oh, excellent! Everyone did great. That was wonderful.
I was smiling when that line all was correct.
You know, I remember that line where it was what was it? Bob says you constantly hold that, reserve that, and I think you should have said it because I'm constantly correct.
Coffee never tasted the same.
Never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I ended the recording at that so that we have that taken care of. So it's good to go.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
That's when I usually end the recording, is right when we're finished with the story. So
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Well done.
Thanks so much, guys. It was real fun.
Thank
Thanks
you, Bob,
so much
very
for
much.
having me on the show.
Thanks for being here. Thanks so much for being part of the play, especially.
It was great. It was great. And I'll see you again soon.
Robert,
Okay.
Robert wanted to ask me if you were the one with the bees.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could you look up, because I'm doing a thing of about plants and all that. If you could look at it and tell me what you think of my idea of it, about how the bees and the plants and all that. It's at Roger Hanson's Life. It's on YouTube. It is.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Send me a link.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Cool.
Thank
I
you.
would love to. Okay. Thanks, Robert. See you
Alright.
guys.
See you later.
See you
Bob.
later.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, that
Well,
was,
she returned. That's so good.
that was pretty good. Phew. Okay, so I'm gonna edit that note out. I'm gonna put it in with the regular ones, and I do have copies of all these. So if
Oh, cool.
I just don't know exactly because everything got chaotic. I don't know exactly where I ended on a lot of them, and if we did them like twice, maybe 3 times, I could probably mix in the voices.
Right. Right.
Because
I was wondering how the king. The king. What's his name? The one that's got cancer. He's coming back. He is. I just saw it on the news today.
King.
Yeah.
King?
What's his? The one that
King of which country?
of
King of
yours.
England.
King of England.
The King of Europe.
King of
Queen
Right,
of
of England.
King of the
know-
of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Commonwealth. May long may live.
Long may he wave.
Well, he'd be waving all right.
You know, the Habsburgs almost did manage that King of Europe thing. You know, it was awfully close.
Actually,
They were going to
yeah.
unite the French and the Spanish crowns with the Holy Roman Emperorship. And yeah, it was a very close thing. We almost had like a Habsburg Europe. And they're still kicking, those Habsburgs. They're still around.
Look, on the news that they were showing about his health and all that, about him and his wife coming back to the UK since their health is in a lot better. He's going to be taking more responsibility about what he does do. Because
he opens Parliament, right, and like cuts open
Yeah.
ribbons at bridges and things, and doesn't do much else. I don't think.
I don't really take very much notice with the more celebrity sort of news, if you know what I mean.
Right.
I consider that sort of thing more celebrity than anything else.
Well, I don't
But I
know
mean,
after.
if the I mean, if something happens to the king, there's always, the king is dead, long live the king. There's always, I remember, in fact, I think it was a Terry Pratchett story where some king was like telling his some of his servants, well, you've got to do this. I was like, no, sire, we're not. It's like, but you serve the king. It's like, no, sire, we serve the crown. You just happen to be wearing it today. Somebody else wore it before you. Someone else will wear it after you. We serve the crown.
Well, the conservatives over there have been riding his ass big time, dude. Like, they are not happy at all. I was watching that
Charles?
Lotus. Yeah, I was watching that Lotus heater video that Mark had me look at, and like
What the one that I gave you just earlier? Who is that guy?
Now, the one where he was talking about the nobles and the royals not doing their part when it comes to the House of Nobles and like
Okay, that was some time ago,
House
actually.
of Lords, yeah. They call it the House of Lords. The House of Nobles is really what it is.
The Lords temporal and spiritual. Do they still have bishops in the House of Lords?
Yeah, the Church of England has still got a
they're still Lord spiritual.
Yeah, I wonder when they get mad, do they say that one special word and point their finger at the person?
No, English people never cuss.
No, I'm not saying get cut. They just say that one word off with their heads.
Now that's
I don't think
actually
no. That you're thinking more of Alice in Wonderland than
no. During that time when you were
no, you think more of the French.
The French,
I
was thinking
yes, Robespierre.
Well, the guillotine is a special tool which is used by many people across different freaking countries. So
yeah, but what happened to what's her name? The one that wanted to get a second wife, so he had his wife beheaded.
No, she wasn't beheaded by a guillotine.
I think Henry VIII's life was he had 6 wives and he didn't behead all of them. I think one of them was one got beheaded for treason, high treason, because you betray the king, and that's high treason.
They accused her of having sex with her brother or something.
Oh, they say all kinds of stuff. They're chopping someone's head off. They're going to give them all kinds of charges. But he had a very, very complicated life. Poor guy.
The only good thing about him was he died a horrible, miserable death.
Well, he wasn't a bad king at first. He was injured at one point in a tournament. He was very athletic. He was like a football player, in his time. I mean, they have his armor. He was like this big, beefy, athletic guy. And he had what they call a fistula. It was basically this wound that just wept constantly. It wouldn't heal. It stank. And he couldn't move much anymore, but he still kept eating as much. And, when he was, he was an absolute monarch. And he was this Renaissance man early on, this jolly, happy guy. And then later on, when he became sick and in pain all the time and started making bad decisions, well, they don't have a retirement plan for kings. So you kind of have to put up with them when they're in their worst moods as well. And that's, I think, when he had the reputation for a little more tyranny. That's when he would pull the old off with their heads thing a little more often. But
did they what you call that group? The blooding.
The what?
The blooding. Where they have a thing that they stick under your neck. Yeah, bloodletting. No, that one with the candy cane. They back in a long time ago, they were showing that it was an organization that would do that. Like if you were sick or whatever, they think that by draining some of your blood, the poison.
Oh, like surgeons, barber surgeons, they bled people. They used the barber pole, red and white, with the blood and the bandages. Yeah, there was a huge stink about the barber surgeons and the physicians were like, no, we should only be allowed to treat. And finally, like they had to settle like barbers could do this and that and a certain amount of bloodletting, but surgeons could only do this, doctors could only do that. The whole
And it
guild
was
system.
leeches.
Yeah, leeches were very, very well. They still use leeches today,
Yeah.
believe it or not.
But not as much as they did back then.
Oh no, they have a different theory now. But yeah, back then they just figured every illness was caused by an imbalance of. They had 4 bodily humors: black bile, yellow bile, blood, and probably phlegm. Yeah, phlegm. And they figure you were out of balance, and they really couldn't affect your bile, and they couldn't affect your phlegm, but they could take blood out of you, so they would take blood out, and I think it probably would help sometimes, if nothing else, if you saw them coming with that bowl and that lance. I feel much better now. I'm all fixed. I know that would make me feel much better suddenly, like going to the dentist. You know, you make an appointment with the dentist because you got a toothache, but on the day of having to go, you know, it doesn't seem to hurt as much. Maybe I can skip this appointment. You know.
But they did all sorts of things. They did, and that's what I was referring to. You
cupping.
know,
They were cupping. That was they would take these glass like jars and heat them up really hot, place them against your skin, and the heat would cause like a blister on your skin. They figured it was pulling up like bad humors and things, and I don't think it really did anything except cause a lot of pain. But
yeah.
Who was the king who they wrapped him up? He had the gout or something, and they wrapped him up in brandy-soaked bandages. And there was a girl there, and they sewed him up, and she didn't want to snap the thread, so she took a candle to the thread, and it caught the bandages on fire, soaked in brandy. And I think it was a king. Yeah, I have to look that one up. But yeah, the medical science was a different thing back then.
Yeah. And I
don't want to go to the 1603 emergency room. No, thank you.
I heard of it, but I just can't think of what time period. It was during Rome. It was a special play at a certain time. The only doctor in that time period was smart enough that he was above all his other doctors. Okay, he knew about disease. Okay, there were certain things about blood and all that. It was brought up in the history of Rome.
And
And
I know Galen was a big doctor back in Roman times. They went through a lot of weird changes. I remember what was his name, Paracelsus or Paracelsus. He was famous for mineral cures. There were people that said, well, only plants can cure. He's like, what about minerals? And they had a lot of weird ideas. Some people said, well, you can't do good medicine unless you look at the stars. You got to cast a horoscope because you can't understand the illness.
I understand now because, you know, in Africa, the people that don't eat a lot, but their stomach can't handle real solid food. But they explained that when you see people over there take soil, put it in their mouth and swallow from minerals from the soil.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. There's some special kind of clay that this one tribe. Well, you know what? I read something interesting lately about this. I think it was somewhere in like North Africa, Egypt or Ethiopia or something. They were brewing a beer that actually contained doxycycline, which is interesting because I'm on doxycycline right now for Lyme disease, and which I'm almost on, which is good because it plays hell with my digestive system, as you can imagine. But yeah, the beer actually had naturally occurring doxycycline in it, an antibiotic. And it was considered like a health cure, and it was. They just didn't understand why. Just something about the way they brewed that particular beer contained an antibiotic. It's kind of interesting.
Lord, the one from England. I gotta, because this is like a technology question. This is since you deal in electronics. Okay, what can you tell me? What is the mass of copper?
Like the atomic weight of copper?
Yeah. What is? How does it work?
Atomic weight has to do with God, it's been a long
The
time.
molecules?
It has to do with the number of. How do they figure? I know, like, hydrogen has the lowest atomic weight. Let me see. It says here, I'm looking it up. Atomic weight of copper is 63.5. I am not a chemist. I have no idea what that actually means. My chemistry courses were more than 40 years ago. And, but yeah, it has to do with density, I guess. Copper is fairly dense, although not nearly as dense as lead or gold.
Okay, but what is the property for electric?
You mean copper is a conductor, so
Yeah.
it will conduct electricity.
Yeah.
A lot of metals will, a lot of them
Yeah,
won't.
but what I'm referring to is, okay, in what field is it in? If you take copper, what I'm saying is, will it increase the magnetic of a magnet? Make the magnetic more, the field around it more stronger.
I don't think copper is itself magnetic, but I think
no, I'm not saying it is. What I'm
but
saying is
it can
the
conduct the
process
field.
of the magnet. Okay, when you add the energy going through the copper into the magnet,
I think you need to speak to a physicist. I think we are, all of us here are underqualified.
If you pass a current through copper, you are going to create an electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
And that will affect the compass, but you need the electricity to be going through the copper. I don't think the copper itself.
Well, I know that, but
but the copper, you could use it to, like, alter a compass.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, no, I'm not a compass, but a magnet. If you make like the range of a magnet, okay, you take a magnet, set it on a table, you have to stick like small piece of metal on both sides of the magnet.
Right.
Okay, and from whatever, if the magnet is able to pull both of them in, you take them far apart from one another, from away from the magnet, the distance of a magnet. Then you take like a paper thin of copper, wrap it around the magnet, and then you use electric. Okay.
Oh yeah, then you got an electromagnet
to see the distance of how far does that the field from the magnet goes to how far spread out.
Right. If you did that and you passed current through it, I think it would increase the power. I think that's how you make an electromagnet. And you might have seen them. They use them to pick up wrecked cars. It's like a big flat magnet. They put the power through it. It increases the magnetism so they can pick up something heavy. When they turn the power off, the magnet is much weaker. Is that what you're talking about? Like increasing the power of the magnet?
No, you're making a magnet.
Microphones.
You're increasing the magnetic of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how you would, what the physics are behind it, or how much current you'd have to pass. But yeah, you can increase a magnet's power with copper and electricity. I'm pretty sure electricity itself creates a magnetic field.
Yeah.
So if you
like
can,
it doesn't even matter if it's copper or if it's lead. You can do the same thing with any kind of
copper is a pretty convenient. It's what we use usually.
Matter of fact,
Aluminum works too.
Copper's not even like a part of the whole spectrum when you look at it. If you want to do something like that, you want to use something that's more useful, because like if you use lead or iron or something like that, you'll get more results from it. That's why they use them on top of in the junkyards whenever, like you said, picking up stuff and putting them in the crusher.
Yeah.
It creates a stronger magnetic.
Well, they use lead for the battery terminals in cars too. So lead is.
Like I was wondering, what would happen if you take a small thin, like paper size, of brass, put it around the magnet, because brass, the molecule, however the built copper brass is, it's just about the same. But in what way is it different, or what way would how would the magnet respond? Make it increase, or
I don't know. I think it would depend on if you were passing current through it or not.
Yeah.
Brass is basically a kind of bronze. It's I think copper and tin, in a certain proportion. But
Does
yeah,
it-
I don't really know aside from just basic idea, but the specifics, no, I couldn't say offhand.
Well,
And let me just say before we go any further, it is now 10:47, and we can keep talking, but I'm going to officially end the Quantum Gathering now. And thank you all, gentlemen, for being part of this particularly successful show, one that featured Bob Dub, our overseer and person who, even if she isn't here with us, is still here in a certain sense. And we will always keep her in mind and keep her in better mind in future shows of the way she would like us to do them. And she is our guiding spirit. Thank you, Bob, for everything you've done. Thanks for being on our show. That being said, I'm going to ask everyone to give their socials. Let's start with the best dressed man on the internet, Sir Mark Edworthy, First Lord Edworthy. If you would give your socials, please.
Sure. Just one side really. Mines.com, username Medworthy.
Short and sweet. And now the brothers Hanson. Roger, I know you and Robert share your socials for now until you get Robert set up on something. So would you please share your socials with us?
Yeah, you can find me and him at Rogers Hangout on Element Matrix. You can also find us at Infinite Imaginarium on Element Matrix, as well as Quantum Gathering. And you can find us on minds.com at Roger_Hanson and on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. I would have more, but at the moment, that's all I ever do is just X and Minds. I don't go to any of the other more popular platforms. Now, I do have a Rogers Hangout on Teams, but I barely ever go on there, and I really don't want people to know I'm going in to check up on it.
Sorry,
We won't tell 'em.
we were talking about this last night. Nancy misses you.
Yeah,
Aww.
she knows where I'm at. She can come on our shows every once in a while. I don't see nobody, raising their hand to come on and hang out with me over here.
Again, she might be. I don't know. She might be interested in the Frankfurt School thing.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
I did post that link to that discussion my friend OC Shore had with Gemini about the Frankfurt School. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was posted on his little blog thing there. So that's interesting. But be that as it may, let me give my socials real quick. You can check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. Also, Otto_X, that's EX, on minds.com. You can also usually find me the places that Roger is hanging out. And I'm often here as well. So thank you, everyone, for being part of our show. Thanks, everybody listening. Please like, please subscribe, please comment. We love comments. And we will respond to every single comment you make, no matter how weird or out to lunch. Even emojis are welcome, so don't hesitate.
Emojis.
Yes, emojis. So thank you, everyone, for being part of our show, and we'll see you all next week, God willing. And there, we're done. Hooray, we did it.
We did it. There we go.
So now we can keep talking, but I just wanted to closure. I want closure.
You want to close off,
Yeah. We need closure. And I have to go to bed soon anyway, really.
I saw that about the King of England. I was wondering, because when they were showing and explaining about his health and all that, I didn't know if you haven't heard any more of it.
How old is he now? Isn't he 70? How old is he?
His cancer has went down.
He's been waiting a long time to be king.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been king ever since his mother died.
Yeah,
right.
But only
he was Prince of Wales for an awfully long time.
Yeah.
And then his daughter-in-law, her cancers went down as well too. She's doing pretty good.
Ooh, he was born in 1948.
That is just insane.
77 years old.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do.
But you know what really gets me though? What I've been checking out on that. It's like everybody talks about how the queen was real quiet and didn't really do anything. But the thing of it is you need to look at her history. Like she really wasn't trained into be the part of being like the queen. You know what I mean? She's always been the silent and kind of off to the side person. The only reason why she became queen was because her brother was. They found out he was a Nazi collaborator.
Yeah.
You know.
With the 24 Nazis in the UK already, it didn't go good.
Like he actually got England actually prevented him from becoming king because he supported the Nazis.
Well, it was a little more complicated than that. Certainly, he was in many ways very embarrassing to his own government. Because I
mean, and that woman they was wanting to marry.
The latter government, about Lloyd George.
Think so. I remember what one incident I remember was
Lloyd George was a Nazi sort of supporter.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't a bad thing back then. It was just another government. We hadn't had like 50 years of propaganda saying that this is the next thing to Satan. It was simply most governments, a lot of governments in Europe at the time were what we call fascist. You had Spain, you had Romania, you had Italy, you had Germany. Austria was a dictatorship basically before the Anschluss. So this was not seen as unusual. I've read stories from the time. I read this great science fiction story about these guys. There were 4 of them, and it was set in the far future, written in the 30s. And you had France, Germany, England, and American astronauts. And they were mentioning quite clearly that the German astronaut was coming from a dictatorship, and that the French astronaut was coming from that political chaos they call French government, and so forth and so on. But it was simply so what we call a collaborator today. At the time, might have been just wow. He didn't hate Mussolini. But the incident I remember was I think the British government was having these really tense negotiations with Italy and calling them names and this and that. And then the king just sails down to Italy one summer to vacation, and he's hanging out with Mussolini. And they're like, no. We're not supposed to be nice to him right now. And he's like, I'm the king. I'll do what I want. It's like, it's not like that anymore, sir.
No. Now, for me, it makes sense why Germany skipped England whenever they did the Blitzkrieg, because that was always something that stuck.
Well, the English Channel kind of kept them from getting across to.
Well, they took out Scandinavia. I mean, you know what I mean.
That wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't.
Yeah.
And they also had like Finland on their side, and then Finland. I like Finland because Finland fought the Russians, fought the Allies, and then they fought the Germans. They kicked everybody out of their country. First they kicked the Russians out, then they fought the Germans. And then after the war is over, what do we do with these guys? They still, they were our enemies. Well, only for a little while. Then they helped destroy our enemies. So they just kind of left Finland alone. It's like, don't mess with those cats. They're just. I was thinking of something about the Blitzkrieg of England, which never happened. I remember reading a thing about the Battle of Britain. I'm sure I brought this up before about how how the RAF was able to keep the Germans from winning basically because they were able to use their radar stations to tell when the German planes were coming, and then they would send the squadrons up. They had that big central control area. You've seen it with the maps where they would push little counters on the map so people would know. And I've heard people say, well, the Germans simply didn't have the radar equipment. The Germans did. They had as good or better radar than Great Britain did, but they weren't organized like Britain was. It was actually British organization that were in it, because the Germans had radar, but the radar was limited to just each radar station, each airbase. So they would use it for their air bases and stuff, but they didn't have that central coordinating thing like they did in Britain. In Britain, they sent all the information to that one central thing, and they could call up, send the squadron here, send the squadron there. It was really a good example of the so-called superior German organization was actually a lot of bullcrap a lot of the time. They really weren't that well organized. And the supposedly, fuddling along British had a much better system, much more tightly organized. So,
did you see that new thing that they found in India?
No.
Nazis, 1939, They were under the ground, and they found a place. They did. It's a figurine, and the metal from it is the best type of metal. It's from an asteroid. It's a looked like a monk, but with the what is he? What do you call that? The thing the insignia thing.
The
It goes the
swastika?
other direction. It does.
Well, that's a very old. As a Buddhist, we Buddhists use swastikas. It's a very old Buddhist and Hindu symbol. Usually, it goes the opposite way of the German one, but not always. It depends. In fact, just like we have the Red Cross here in Buddhist countries, they have the red swastika. It's just like in Islamic countries, you have the Red Crescent. It's shocking to Westerners. They go to like a Buddhist temple in Japan or something. There's all these swastikas all over the place, but a lot of Buddhist statues will have a swastika over the heart because it basically represents the Four Noble Truths being set in rotation.
Goes right over the whole chest area.
Yeah. That's one of the signs of a Buddha. He has a little swastika made out of hairs on his chest.
It was just a swastika, and that was it. But they said that they did that test on it. It's over. I guess I'm just guessing. I forgot what they said, but it was way like in the 14 or the 12s.
Well, I believe it. They found swastikas that go back to the Stone Age. Just rock carvings. It's not a complicated symbol, and it probably derives from the Big Dipper in the sky rotating around.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at finding a swastika in India at any time. And meteoric metal, metal from like a meteor, that was always very popular with the ancients. It was magic because it came out of the sky. So you made important like amulets and stuff from that.
Yeah, that's what this was made from. They did a test and all that. And that's the thing. The UK has that asteroid where the king sits on. And the other one that you pierce into, you look at that one from what country? I forget the name of the country. The one with the star that you walk around it. Everybody walks around the thing, but you get close to this one specific area where it shows it.
It's called Tibet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Tibet.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know what it reminds me of too? Whenever you're talking about the swastika, it's probably what are they called? It starts with the Bond, or that they're the ones that they're not Muslim. They're in
the Bond.
Yeah,
the Bond pole. Yeah.
Probably them. That they do the swastika in the opposite direction, like the Nazis, right?
Yeah, that was always one of my theories about that was the Nazis had sent these expeditions to Tibet because they were looking for like their Aryan roots, and the Bonpo, as they're called, the Bon practitioners, they were the original religion of Tibet before the Buddhists got there. But the Buddhists have been in power so long, their religion kind of mirrors it. So, like the Buddhist monks wear like the red and ochre robes. They wear black robes. The Buddhists show their right shoulder. They show their left shoulder. The Buddhists use the swastika going one way. They use the swastika going the other way. It's like a reaction to them. It's like, see, we're different. We do things the opposite. And I think the Germans showed up. They saw the Bon. The Bon said, "Oh yeah, we're thousands of years older than the Buddhists, and we use the swastika this way." Now, I don't know. I mean, supposedly the swastika flag was designed in the 1920s, and I think that the mystical aspects of National Socialism are kind of overblown. I have a feeling it just looked like a cool symbol, and Hitler insisted that it rotate in that direction, but I think it was just so that if you were carrying the flag, it looked like it was rolling along with you if you were looking at it, from to the left-hand side of the person marching. So, and he was always big on it rotating the same way on both sides of the flags toward the flagstaff. So I really think it was more an aesthetic thing. I don't think they really had deep knowledge of Buddhism or Hinduism or Bon or anything like that. It was just a symbol that's been used for thousands of, I mean, they found swastikas used in every time on every continent. Rudyard Kipling used to use the swastika as the emblem on all of his books. And I've got anything printed before World War II is covered with swastikas. American Indians use swastikas all the time. They used to claim that only Aryan peoples did, but you'll find it in sub-Saharan Africa. Again, it's not a complicated symbol. It's like we were talking about the egg earlier. You don't need cultural diffusion. There wasn't some guy with a swastika going on the ancient earth. Look at guys, this is great symbol that represents the sun and this and that.
Yeah.
And they suddenly picked it up. Some guy was doodling, and hey, that's pretty cool. And we've got Triskeli's. Look at the Rogers emblem there. That's really a 3-armed swastika, if you like. And then the black sun is like a 12-armed swastika. But we've just been brainwashing the West to think swastika, Hitler, oh my God! But you go to a Buddhist country where they've never even heard of Hitler, and they've got swastikas all over the place.
I was just thinking of the Isles. Is it the Isles of Man? National, well, not national, but their flag.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Well, the Finnish Air Force still uses a swastika. Or I think they did until recently. They had their rondelle on their aircraft was a swastika, and I know that their colors, for their air regiments, still includes the swastika. They use it on some of their medals and stuff. But again, who can say boo? They fought the Nazis, so they really couldn't yell at them too much about it after the war was over. And
you mean Russia?
They just don't care.
Like, what's odd? If you look at Red Baron, the insignia that's on Red Baron plane. You know how?
Oh, the Maltese crosses, yeah.
Yeah, but if you had the little things off to the side, what does it look like? I'm not saying that's what it is, but
right.
If you use your imagination.
Oh yeah, well, it's a pretty simple geometric shape, and you can find it, just about anywhere. So.
Sorry if you hear me bash my keyboard. I've just found that my 3 key is not working.
What?
Like it's a mechanical keyboard, and I've got spare keys, and I may have to
replace the spring or whatever.
Yeah, leaf spring or something. But that's
there are videos of those guys that restore keyboards and stuff.
That's better. I've just loosened it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. That's good. No, I need to replace the left-hand shift key on this one.
Does that mean you use that key a lot then?
No, it's no, because I'm usually I use the number pad if I do calculations and stuff.
Right.
But the 3 on the UK QWERTY keyboard is also the alternative mode for it is the pound sign. I think on the US standard QWERTY keyboard is the hash sign.
That sounds right.
I think so.
Well, why I was asking about the magnet and the copper and the brass is that you think about it. Okay, you're using all that stuff in the vehicles, and they're talking about how vehicles and stuff have that blackout thing where power just goes off. Well, if a field works in that way where it produces, it puts the energy where it needs to go. Couldn't that create a problem where another thing is blocking that?
No, if something isn't shielded properly, any kind of anything electrical will be influenced by a strong enough, electromagnetic field. The old EMP is the usual thing, just an overwhelming amount of force, like a nuclear bomb sets off an electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah,
but you can also just create an electromagnetic pulse in other ways. I think they've actually got anti-drone weapons now that do that, right? It's like EMP guns. They're big and bulky, but apparently they can interfere with, I guess, a car or something flying, anything like that.
Or like, you can make a sound one too.
Oh yeah, sonics, sure.
Yeah,
they make those for crowd control.
Huh?
It's
Oh.
crowd control. When they have a riot or something, they can just blast people with ultrasound. Well, that was the weapon they used down in Venezuela, probably. When they-
Literally.
That's what I was thinking of. Is if you make a thing where it works in frequencies and certain types of sounds, like below hearing, you can do whatever, just you can knock someone down with it, disable them, because you're paralyzing someone's electrical system.
Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff to people. Of course, sometimes it's hard to get the engineering to catch up with the theory. I remember when the Germans were, they were working on all sort of high-tech weapons by the end of the war, the Wunderwaffen, and they had developed basically a death ray. It was like a focused microwave ray that could cook an enemy soldier in like 60 seconds. And they tested it, and it turns out that soldiers will not stand still for 60 seconds in a beam to be cooked. So, and these things were they had them on a truck. They're really, you can't aim them or move them very well. So they set it up, and the soldier would march into it, and then he'd step aside, and then he was no longer in the field. So it was a great idea, but they simply didn't have the engineering. Now I'm sure we have all kinds of.
They actually made it work now.
Oh yeah, yeah. It just took a little time, and
that's
if
why
if that idiot Hitler hadn't lost the war, or started in the first place, things would have been a lot better. But the thing with Hitler was he was a great civilian leader. When it came to starting roadway projects, cutting the ribbons at factories, opening bridges, Hitler was great at that. But when it came to actually fighting a war, he was one of the worst soldiers in human history.
He was overly egotistical. He didn't really take notice of his generals. That was his biggest issue.
Well, that was it. And I mean, he never trusted them. That part of his problem, I think, was just he really was all the time worried. The Nazis were, I've said it before, they were a third position party. So we think of them as these right wingers, but they weren't. Not from a German perspective. They were fighting against the communists, but also what they called the reactionaries. And I've said before, here in America, maybe Hitler could be conservative, but in Europe, conservatism means monarchism. And there were a lot of monarchists in the German government that wanted to bring the Kaiser back, and Hitler hated the Kaiser. He was very unsure of himself. He felt he was surrounded by people that hated him. And I read Wilhelm Keitel's memoirs. He was the army chief of staff for Hitler, and apparently when the bomb went off in the Wolf's Lair, if you remember that one, what's his name, Stauffenberg.
1944.
When he was out,
why Rommel was executed.
Yeah, so when the bomb went off, Hitler survived, and Keitel was in there too, his field marshal, and the bomb had gone off, and they were staggering out, and Keitel staggered over to Hitler and said, "Let me help you, my leader," and helped him out of the bunker. And Hitler later said, "Wow, Keitel, I can trust him. He really did like me." And it's like, dude, he's been your army chief of staff for years, and you're just now confident that he's not trying to stab you in the back. I mean, if you can't trust your generals that much, so anytime they'd offer him a plan, they're like, is he trying to screw me over? I mean, yeah, and just, well, again, I've talked before about the orders which he gave. Again, Keitel's memoirs are interesting. He would issue these orders to the army to do these things that were just insane. And he said what they would generally do is they say, "Oh, of course, mein Führer, we have to study this. We have to appoint a committee to look into this." And then after a few weeks, Hitler was, by this time in the war, he would be so wound up, he would kind of forget about it. He gave the order to execute all captured commandos, right? Because he felt that was irregular warfare. And he told this to his generals, and their jaws dropped. It's like, A, they have a lot of our prisoners. B, the war is not going well for us. C, this will give them an excuse to do things to. If we do this to their prisoners, okay, we need our prisoners. Just stuff like that. It's like he wasn't thinking.
And we
Brits
were extremely, well, not extremely, but we were fairly generous to our POWs. of the German POWs at the time.
Well, that's the thing, and especially in any war, there's always the feeling you've got to. I mean, Geneva Convention aside, if you don't treat the enemy prisoners well, your prisoners are going to be mistreated. And they would usually bend over backwards. But like when one country is obviously going to be losing very soon, and they start committing war crimes against your prisoners, it's not a. I wouldn't feel good if I was a German prisoner and I saw that, hey, they're executing English prisoners over there.
But you could argue that about I can't think of the name of it. The Chinese, Japanese, British.
Oh God, the Bataan Death March stuff.
The famous Alec Guinness film.
Bridge on the River Kwai. That was great.
That war.
World War II. Yeah.
Well, Japan is a very good example of treating their prisoners harmful.
Yeah, but we Brits treated our Japanese POWs pretty nicely, pretty okay.
I'm saying
well, you've always, I maybe I'm prejudiced on the subject. I think on our side, we did have a higher standard of morality as far as treating prisoners and stuff like that goes. At the same time, there were exaggerations on both sides, wartime propaganda, much of which was not corrected. I've been given to understand, again, it's tough with Asia because we can't read the language very easily, but I understand a lot of the Japanese war crimes, not all by any means, but a lot of them have been deconstructed because, it's wartime propaganda. I mean, if you remember World War One, which I remember, we all remember World War One. I remember it. I was I was there. I was there. We were all there in different bodies, and I remember a past life where I was in World War One. I believe I was a Canadian soldier who died at Ypres. But be that as it may, in World War One, you might recall some of the propaganda that was coming out on the Allied side that the Germans were killing nuns in Belgium and roasting babies on bayonets, and this was all reported as quite literally true. And after the war, the British government, I believe, apologized and said, "Look, sorry, old boy, but it was war, and propaganda is an arm of war." And so but after World War II, it was a little different. I remember one aspect of it was that it was felt at the time that if they told everything, the Allies wouldn't look that good, especially the fact that the Allies had all of the German codes. Not a single thing the German military did for the last few years of the war was not, it was all known. I think it was, I always recommend that book, Bodyguard of Lies by Anthony K. Brown, talking about the London Controlling Office in World War II. And they said that they were trying to get America into the war, obviously, but Churchill felt that they could actually win a war with Germany. It would take about 11 years, but they had the edge of knowing all the German secret codes. And they had people in the German, Admiral Canaris was a direct link to Allied intelligence services. The Schwarzenegger, those were the monarchist Germans who were opposed to Hitler. And the communists were also opposed to him. They were working against him. So he did have people. Nobody really liked Hitler. So he did have a lot of enemies. You can't blame them.
First computer that they built for that purpose there.
Yeah, the Colossus. Colossus. Yeah. By the way, I apologize. You were Roger Washboard. I was thinking of Burma and the fall of Singapore.
Right. Well, World War II did start earlier in the East than it did in the West. If you count the invasion of Manchuria, and there was a lot of saber rattling there out east.
Well, that's what I was wanting to mention, but you guys were too heated up. But Manchuria is really that's where it's really at. That when you want to talk about a lot of things that took place there, that was pretty vicious.
Well, the invasion of Manchuria, which didn't go as well for the Japanese army as they would have liked, I think really bounced them back out into the Pacific.
because as I understand the argument at the time in Japan, it was like the Army and the Navy were like at each other's throats all the time. Talk about inter-service rivalry. They actually assassinated each other's officers occasionally. That's how bad it was. But the Army said, our future is in China. We will conquer it. Well, they didn't do that well. So the Navy come up, screw that. Let's attack Pearl Harbor instead. That'll be much more successful. So it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but they use them subs within subs. They did.
Well, they had
That's
all
one
kinds of subs.
Yeah, they had a
Two-
midget two-man sub on top of bigger sub that they released on the island.
They did
attacked-
do that. Yeah, they had those. They had an aircraft carrier submarine too. I think they had a submarine that had like a seaplane on it, so you could
Yeah.
surface and send the plane out to scout. That was kind of neat.
To be fair to that era, Japan was extremely aggressive to mainland Asia all the way through the 19th and the first half of the 20th century.
Oh yeah,
They're really aggressive.
and of course, once they, as somebody once said, after they had won the Russo-Japanese War, and had basically kicked Russia's butt, they were upgraded from natives to foreigners in the eyes of British public opinion, and they too wanted an empire. And hey, if Italy's grabbing big chunks of Africa, and England already has 3/4 of the planet, and America's grabbing the Philippines and this and that, Japan needs to grab some stuff too. And it was kind of the thing to do back then. Everybody needed an empire.
Yeah, what country was it? I forget. It was they were showing it, and they was explaining about they were doing things that using air bubbles. They were big balloons.
Oh,
big
yeah,
balloons with
yeah,
the box. And
they sent some of those over. That was Japan. Yeah, they sent
Japan,
these balloon bombs. I don't think any of them actually killed anyone.
Yeah, it was a family that did die because they went out to the forest and all that, and the kids stumbled across some, and the parents went, and someone touched it, and it exploded and killed the family.
That does suck, but at the same time, when you're spending a fortune on a bombing campaign and you just kill a few civilians,
yeah.
I think they were trying to hit things like military targets or infrastructure. They were hoping to hit maybe some big office buildings or a power plant or a ship. And
I've just been reminded of the Anglo-Satsuma War, or the bombardment of Fukushima in 1863, 1864.
I think about that all the time. Yeah, I was thinking about that this morning. I was remembering the Crimean campaign when they told it before, when the French and the British generals were all meeting about the battle, and one of the British officers, yes, and we'll go this way and that way, and we'll soon crush the French. All the French officers look over. Oh, sorry, forces have it.
Now, DK did make some mentions in the chat for Rumble. He got all crazy and stuff, and wrote a whole bunch of comments. But then he didn't hear any replies in the chat, so he stopped doing it. I told him I had to bounce back and forth, so that meant that I had to take the Jitsi down so that I could actually do it. I don't want to make it a bad edit. And
right.
He was really into the conversation. He enjoyed what you guys were saying. So
cool. Okay. Oh my goodness, it's almost 11:30, gentlemen. I have to go. I have to get up very early for work tomorrow.
I've got a bit of a present for you. I watched a extremely good film, Richard Burton and Alec Guinness film, a 1955 film called The Prisoner.
Really? I don't think I've seen that.
It's all about extreme socialism and Catholic and Catholic Church, and all about getting this cardinal to played by Alec Guinness to confess as being a traitor to the country. Fun enough, it's Richard Burton is famous for his role as the confessor in the 1984 version of 1984. And he actually played a the sort of military confessor in this earlier film.
So he had some experience at the role. So it's a serious film, I take it. With Alec Guinness, you never know if it's a comedy, especially in the 50s.
Oh yeah, this is Richard Burton.
Yeah. Well, he can do comedy. When I think of Alec Guinness, my first thought is the Lady Killers or the Lavender Hill Mob or something like that. You know, Peter Sellers and one. And
Richard Burton never did any comedies, as far as I'm aware.
Really, I can't believe he didn't even do like a light romantic comedy or something. I mean, he's not a comic actor, obviously, but.
No,
well, I thought maybe he was stretching himself a little bit in this film. Again, I hadn't seen it, but I will check it out. It's probably on the Internet Archive.
No, I've had it on YouTube actually. I was watching it.
Okay. Send a link.
Days ago, so I'll stick in the element chat.
Now, just to let you guys know, DK said that copper coils around magnets, especially while spinning, creates an electromagnet. And then he says that the swastika was used in both directions repeatedly as decoration, but it represented a few different things. It was the Big Dipper over the Four Seasons, energy, and the Black Sun.
Yeah.
So, and then he went on to say Hitler was a good soldier, one of the most decorated in Germany, but Otto is right. He didn't listen to his generals.
Well, he was as a soldier, he was a brave man. I mean, to be fair, a lot of men were at that time. He was a young guy. You send him out to the front, and he was a courier, which was the hardest job. And he was awarded, but he was again, being a general over an entire country is different than being a really good NCO. So, right. And I mean, he meant well. We all mean well. But just a lot of his military decisions, and like I have German relatives, and the frustration you hear about just the Western Front alone. And when D-Day happened and there was the invasion, they could have stopped that in its tracks if the Germans had used gas warfare. Okay, gas warfare was something that the Germans were the best at it. They were the best trained. They had the technology. They fought a gas war in World War I. And his generals at one point, they had huge stockpiles of mustard gas, and they had sarin and all these other things. And everyone was waiting for someone to use a gas shell, because that was their nuclear at the time, and nobody wanted to do it. But the Germans were so pressed, they say his generals were on his knees. They said, at least let us use gas in the east, where these Russian hordes were coming in. And, they could have stopped D-Day in its tracks and pushed them right back with that. I talked to a lot of American soldiers from World War II. None of them had very good gas mask training. Several of them were never even issued a gas mask, and the ones that did threw it away. One guy told me, I could carry a sandwich in there. Why do I want to carry a gas mask around? Right. So they would have had sudden supremacy on the battlefield. I don't know for how long. I mean, it still was a war of attrition, but Hitler was like, no, I can't use gas because that would make me an evil person. I swore never to use gas. It's against the war, Geneva Convention, this and that. At the same time, he would give orders like execute commandos, or this one, I forget what city it was. He ordered the execution of all the male people in the city. And it's like, he was cruel when it made no sense sometimes, and at other times when cruelty might have actually had a tactical or strategic purpose, he refused to do so. He was furious at the Russians using false flag tactics. The Russian tanks are in Berlin. Hey, they had a German flag on their tank. I'm going to send a note to the Russian ambassador. It's a little late for that, Adolf. But he did mean well, but... Yeah. this
how he
decision.
Would you agree with me that Rommel was one of the greatest military generals since, I don't know, Napoleon?
Rommel? He
Yeah.
certainly was successful. He was certainly successful as all get out. I mean, just as far as that goes. In fact, when you think about what he was able to accomplish with so few resources, yeah, the guy was obviously pretty brilliant. I mean, he was so brilliant and such a big name they couldn't even they basically forced him to commit suicide, I think, right? They didn't actually put him on a trial or anything. They gave him a nice hero's funeral and everything because he was a big propaganda part. And I believe the Africa Corps was just supposed to be a feint. They were just going to send some troops down there and try to like just scare the English, and it was like suddenly Rommel's winning. It's like, okay, keep going, pal.
It's also worth remembering. It's also worth remembering that Rommel himself refused to consider himself as being a Nazi. He always considered himself as a soldier fighting for his country.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of them were like that, and again, a lot of them were monarchists. A lot of people simply, but like you say, it's your country. I mean, and you fight for it, and it's if you're not happy with how your country's run, it's like, damn, this kind of sucks, but hopefully we'll fix that. In the meantime, I better win this war.
Yeah, but he's a soldier, so he's just
but
you obey orders. That was a huge thing. I've read a lot of memoirs from back then, and people saying again and again, I gave an oath. I gave an oath. And if you are in the military, if you've spent any time in the military, you do get into this habit of obeying orders. You just kind of do that, and you learn to not worry about, it's just, I'm going to push that button. I'm going to pull that trigger. I'm going to do what the guy up above says. And you just got to be careful of who the guy at the very top is, giving the orders in the first place. It's like, let's invade Russia in the fall. Wait a minute.
Well, like that movie they made about him, okay, and what he did to all the handicapped people that he in Russia during that time, Russia.
That was the Commissar Order. That was another thing. If you know the Commissar Order, and that's something that I think even the Army was involved in. They don't talk about it too much, but that was certainly something that verged on. That was basically the summary execution of anyone considered to be an agent of the Communist Party. And I could understand an ideologically fueled paramilitary like the SS engaging in that, but I believe the regular German armed forces enforced that as well. That's so yeah. That had, and again, if you win a war, it's one thing. If you lose a war, they say it's not a war crime unless you lose. So. I know some of the things that Churchill had waiting for Operation Sea Lion. You ever read about the defenses they were setting up in case the Germans invaded? They had things like pipes that ran under the water with like flammable oil, so they could shoot up sheets of flame on people trying to come in. All sorts of stuff like that, which is brilliant if it works. But if you fight your way through that and you win, I think you're going to charge the person doing that with war crimes. Dresden comes to mind. But again, it all depends. And I would point out to anyone listening, it's war. I'm not making any moral judgments about people. It is war. I'm not saying it's good, and I'm not saying it. I discuss these things, and people think I advocate for them. I do not. I'm just trying to say, when you're fighting people, you do really mean things to each other. And you drop bombs on people, you blow up cities, you shoot people down dead, and it's not nice, and it's not good. I don't approve of anyone doing any of that. So just for my Buddhist point, war is bad.
Yeah, that's the point. To me, like Buddhists, okay, to me, you're not a country, but for any country to walk up and start mass slaughtering Buddhists from whatever type of religions or whatever.
That happened. It's called freaking Tibet.
That's one of my points.
It's called Islam.
You can't. When China invaded Tibet, they literally massacred one Buddhist after
when the Turkic Muslims invaded India, you know how many thousands and thousands of Buddhists they slaughtered. I mean,
Yeah.
the Muslims are like Buddhist kryptonite.
Yeah,
That's why they have the Rohingya problem.
but that's my point. What I'm saying is, you look at how Buddha has to fight or don't fight. They don't have the weapons as a country has. Okay, so you can't really call it war. You know, two guys fighting one another equally. Okay, like what happened with the gypsies. Okay, down the road from the other camp, they were doing the same thing to the gypsies,
Well,
slapping them in the gas
you've
chamber.
been talking about the gypsies quite a bit, so we're gonna
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm done talking about the gypsies. I'm done talking about the Germans and the Jews and all of this stuff. Okay, I mean, when we start getting comments from DK in the comment section, you know it's time freaking
Yeah,
that shit
okay,
comes
yeah.
to an end.
Well, I'm just saying there's a limit
Well, I
to
mean,
war.
no,
Well, when you're talking about like stronger countries and weaker countries, I do remember a wonderful line from Blackadder. I think it was from Blackadder Goes Forth. If you remember that TV show where he says, what was it? At one time, the rules of engagement for the British Army were that the enemy should under no circumstances have firearms.
Oh God, yeah.
Never heard of it.
Reminds me, funny enough, I
Zulu
recently
War.
rewatched Zulu. Yeah, funny enough, I rewatched Zulu not that long ago. So,
Matter of
yeah,
fact, that's
very
actually
appropriate.
a good thing. If you guys want to talk about that, underwhelming forces, freaking talk about freaking the fights that happened with the freaking Zulu tribes. Now that they had a shitload of freaking tribesmen, and
Great film, extremely film. It's a film that everybody should watch. in my
that
opinion.
that was
But not Zulu, not the second one. Zulu Returns or whatever it was. Zulu.
yeah. No,
They had a Zulu Returns?
yeah.
Oh no, it was the second film. What was it? It was Zulu was the first film. But Zulu something
Zulu
or other.
Huh.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the second film. But the second film was terrible. But the first film,
Well, they should never
everybody
have
should
tried to
watch.
make a freaking sequel out of it. I mean, come on, dude, seriously. Like,
If they make money on one movie and they say, let's make a sequel, it'll be crappy. It'll still operate in the black, then they do it. It's a bean counter decision. It's like the Rocky movie.
Zulu Dawns.
Zulu Dawn. Okay, I remember that name now that you say it.
Yeah. That was an absolutely terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I have to go. I have to wake up in a few hours and go to work. It's been a total pleasure. I enjoyed working with you all. I'd love to sit here for another couple of hours, but I really got to go crash.
Yeah,
So.
I need to go and get it.
Thank you.
Just quickly.
Thank you for the movie link, by the way.
I stuck that link, stuck that YouTube reference in full, and I tagged both you and Roger because I think both of you would enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I will definitely watch that. We love old movies around here, so that'll be a movie day.
and I wanted
check
to
that
tell
out.
Mark in that reading that we did where you thought I was giving you the wrong information, I was supposed to do that on purpose on Stir the Fallout. So, like, that's
It's surrealism. It's surrealism.
Yeah, like it didn't matter what you said. Freaking, I was supposed to overlook it and ignore it.
Yeah,
I mean, that was on purpose.
This didn't make sense to my.
Exactly. Just let you know though that wasn't freaking on accident. That was intentional. So I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Later.
He does.
Okay, so I'm going to switch this over to the 24/7 live stream. Get this back up and going. Got the browser hooked up.
Hey, Ryan, when you get done, can you send that to her?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Yeah, I can send it. Let me figure out where the hell I am, because I'm supposed to be putting a background in here and I can't remember. Hmm. Yeah, there it is. Entertainment, once experienced in physical theaters or arenas, now unfolds in personal virtual spaces. Even our ambition for exploration has shifted. The idea of simulating a planetary ecosystem in a lab or constructing digital worlds through artificial realities now seems more achievable than colonizing Mars or traveling to another star. This suggests that we too may be on the path of inward development. As our technologies improve, we may increasingly choose to focus our efforts